Live. Yeah.
Bwrdd, on behalf of the Health Board, I'd like to welcome you all to the annual general meeting today, which is being live streamed. I hope the technology enables many members of the public to observe the meeting in real time. Welcome to those that are. Recently, the news has been full of stories about the increased rates of COVID-19 transmission in communities across the UK, and we have now seen local lockdowns introduced in some parts of Wales. 6 weeks ago, there were figures of local lockdown in Wrexham, as there were over 60 cases at the Wrexham Minor Hospital, and the area had the highest infection rate in Wales. Last week, Wrexham had one of the lowest infection rates in Wales, and this serves to highlight how quickly things can change if people do follow the guidance or do not follow the guidance that is in place to protect us all, including social distancing and frequent hand washing. We have been actively encouraging the use of masks and face covering across our sites for some weeks in an effort to do all we can to reduce the risk of infection. The use of masks and face covering indoors in public places recently became mandatory in Wales. This means that all staff, patients and visitors must wear face covering in public areas of healthcare settings unless they are exempt. A multidisciplinary delivery group has been established to make sure the learning from the outbreak in Wrexham continues to be shared and embedded across the organisation. And indeed, we have an update in that regard at the Health Board today. A full report, however, into the outbreak, including data on all cases and deaths, is currently being produced by colleagues from across the Health Board, and we aim for this to be presented at the Board's Quality, Safety and Experience Committee on November the 3rd. I would like to thank all those involved for their support, professionalism and diligence helping to manage the outbreak and bring it to a close. We understand that it has been a challenging time. Meanwhile, we are managing a number of COVID-19 cases at Bwrdd and Clwyd, as well as a small number at Colwyn Bay and Llandudno hospitals. We must all remain vigilant and continue to maintain stringent infection prevention standards at all times throughout all of our sites to keep our patients and staff safe. Thank you. So without further ado, I will ask Jill Harris, the Acting Chief Executive, to present the annual report and the accounts, followed by a short video clip. Jill.
Bwrdd, just to follow on from the Chair's remarks on the outbreaks across the system, I would like to say that the outbreak in our central region hospitals is being overseen by one of our executives, and we are seeing improvements in the incidents. I'd also like to inform the public that the incident management team has been stepped up across the region, so we are working in partnership to ensure that we have the best intelligence, and we are sharing that intelligence across the region. I'd like now to go on to the presentation, if I may. So, Bwrdd, Jill Harris dwi. Could I have the next slide, please? Next slide. Oh, sorry, back one, apologies. So I want to reflect on our past year in BCUHB. It's been a year of exceptional challenge. There has been changes in leadership, and we are awaiting our new Chief Exec, Joe Whitehead, who starts with us in January. There have been challenges within finance and performance, and we have seen the pandemic at the end of the last financial year, and we are living with it here and now. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that as we go through these slides. So the COVID-19 has been a dynamic response. We have seen significant challenges across all of our hospitals, and we saw the stepping down of some of our planned care. And that's our elective care. So we know that people are waiting longer for operations, longer for diagnostics than we would wish them to be waiting. And we know also that many of those people, given our performance risk, were already waiting an awful long time. So that gives us not only a risk, but it also gives us a challenge moving forward. It's also given us opportunities. And we've seen our staff and our public rise to the challenge of having virtual clinics, so using IT to be able to ensure that we are connected to our patients. We have seen our staff think collectively across North Wales to ensure that people receive their care at the soonest opportunity. And we've seen our staff step forward in a time of absolute uncertainty to deliver safe care. And that has meant working with PPE every day, ensuring that they are maintaining their communications and openness with their patients. And you'll see in the press today that they're leading the way on masks that are transparent, so that we can ensure that patients and public can see what we're saying and can see our faces, because we know that a smile makes a big difference. And wearing a mask, you can't always see that smile. We have made some special measures progress, and we know that there's further work required, but we are committed to deliver improvements across the whole of the Health Board for the sake of our patients and for the sake of our staff and public. Next slide, please. So some of the highlights that we've seen over the last 12 months, we have seen real progress on our immunisation programmes. We've been one of the best in Wales for protecting the population. And I am going to use this opportunity to remind our public and staff that we are now commencing our flu vaccination programme, and we would request that and ask people to really step forward and have your flu vaccination to protect yourself, protect everyone else. One of the best in Wales on time for patients diagnosed with cancer start treatment, and that's a challenge for us going forward, that we intend to maintain our position within that cancer standard. We've seen a sustained reduction in the number of patients whose discharge was from hospital was delayed, and that's really important. We know that hospitals aren't always the safest place to be. We know that we can be responsible for harm, and we know that our patients are most best in their own homes when they're able to be so. Next slide. Best in Wales in reporting and response to adverse incidents. What does that mean? Every organisation, every health organisation will make mistakes, and we want to learn from those mistakes. We have worked hard over a number of years to encourage our staff to report not just the incidents themselves, where they've nearly made a mistake, so we can learn from those and prevent them happening again. So a high reporter is a good reporter, and we're proud that we are the best in Wales. We've seen significant improvement in the speed in which we respond to complaints. We need to hear the views of our users to ensure that we are, again, learning those lessons. So it's really important to us that we hear those stories, but it's equally important that we demonstrate the respect to those people who take the time out to give their views, to respond promptly. We've reduced the number of never events. Never events are those incidents which really should, comes the clues in the name, should never happen. But again, we are a human organisation and they do happen. So this may be what we would term something happening on the wrong site. So we are reporting those, we are learning from those, and what we can see is those numbers are going down. Noted within the annual quality statement, and the acting executive director of nursing, Deborah Hickman, will go on to those later. Next slide, please. So we need to look at the future. We are already doing that. So we're acutely aware that COVID is in the background, and we are seeing that further increase. We know we're going to have to respond to any further increase and recover swiftly if we're going to ensure that care is given in the right time. Now that is really important to us, because as we go into winter and are reaffirm the requirement for vaccinations, we know that people get sicker, they may have increase in chest infections. We know that we will see an increase in our unscheduled care, ED, our emergency department demand. So we need to be ready to respond to that being exacerbated further, so increased further by any increase in COVID. And we are working tirelessly to ensure that we can respond to any increase in hospital admissions. We are learning lessons from the health emergency, and we are embedding those into our services. So the use of technology, the Once for North Wales provision, is really being embedded across the organisation. We are making ongoing efforts at securing the lifting of special measures. We are keen for the organisation to be recognised for the good work it's doing, whilst recognising that we do have work to do to improve our performance against special measures. I've already referred to unscheduled care. That is care that is unplanned, that comes through our emergency front doors. I would urge the public to think, before we come into our ED departments, to think about whether there is another way that you can receive this care. And the Health Board is working again with our partners, with primary care, with our pharmacies, to ensure that that unscheduled care is given at the right place at the right time. We're continuing and have continued throughout the pandemic to provide what we would term essential services. So this is in response to services which, if we don't provide, could have ongoing harm. So these will be our cancer services, obviously our obstetric services, and indeed our eye care and a number of other services which are deemed to be essential. And we've put there that we're ensuring the safe stepping up of planned care. We know that our public has got to have confidence in us that we are delivering planned care safely. And we continue to follow the Welsh guidance, the emerging guidance, as this pandemic continues, to ensure that we are doing that safely. So what we are doing there is working with our clinicians to prioritise those individuals that are most in need of that care. That has meant that we are seeing patients wait longer, whilst we take those ones with the most highly prioritised requirements of care are being managed by our clinicians. That will continue. Next slide, please. We're working in our mental health services to provide safe integration and improvement. And just this last week, we are beginning to work with our partners to consider what our plans for the future are, based on the strategy that was released some time ago. We're also very well aware that the impact of lockdown and the impact that has had on jobs and security has also impacted the mental health of our public. I'd further say that some of the conditions that our staff have had to work through has meant that we have had to give them support for their well-being. And our mental health services are rising to that challenge. It's critical during this pandemic that we provide a safe and secure environment for our people. Our people includes our patients, our public and our staff. I've already mentioned what we would call PPE. It's become a very well-known phrase. And this is the personal protective equipment that we are supplying our staff with to protect them from the pandemic. But the chairman has also alluded to the basic requirements we are expecting to be applied in all our services around the hand washing and the wearing of masks. But the safe and secure environment for our people is much more than that. It's ensuring that our buildings are fit for purpose, that we have security in place for when we need it, and that is one of our priorities moving forward. Our next priority is the effective use of our resources. Well, what are resources? We know that we've had challenges with our money over the last few years, and that is reflected in our special measures requirements. But it's not just about our money, this is about our buildings, it's about our equipment. And it's about using our improvement that our people to improve the service still further as we move forward on a value for money basis. So it's really important that we use those resources effectively. I've to continue joint working with key strategic partners. I'd also add to that our patients and our public who we serve. We continue to apply the principles of best practice in public sector governance, and we are embedding those changes within the organisation right now to ensure that we have the golden thread from ward to GP surgery up and to board. Next slide. So Diolch yn fawr. Before I hand over, could I ask Sue Hill, our Finance Director, to just provide a point of accuracy, if you wouldn't mind? Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Jill. Following publication of the annual report and accounts on the Health Board's website, a point of accuracy has been raised in respect of footnote 18 to the table of Senior Manager's total remuneration, which appears on page 77. Whilst this note is correct in respect of Mr. Williams and Mrs. Edwards, a separate note should have been made in respect of Mr. Evans, Associate Board Member and Chair of the Healthcare Professional Forum, stating that Mr. Evans is employed by the Health Board in a substantive operational management role. Mr. Evans does not receive additional remuneration in respect of his role on the board. In addition, following consideration in Audit Committee, Independent Board Member Mrs. Hughes has requested that additional detail be provided in respect of the first of her declared interests, which is reported in note 34 to the annual accounts on page 73A, to clarify that 2 of the children were employed by the Health Board and that 1 worked voluntarily within the RVS, but within the hospital. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Jill. Thanks, Sue. So, Medwyn, I believe you've got a question you want to ask.
Thank you, Chair. Diolch yn fawr iawn am y cyfle. And thank you, Jill, for that presentation of the 1920 year that we're reporting on today. You mentioned special measures progress, and I don't want to steal your thunder because later on in the agenda we will be having an update from you, but could you just expand and give us the headlines in terms of the progress made in 1920, please?
Thank you, Medwyn. So yes, we have made progress across those special measures. We have seen improvements across special measures in out of hours, in our out of hours services, our maternity services, but we've also seen improvements within our governance and you'll see our quality. We still have challenges within mental health, but we have seen significant improvements in terms of the initiatives that have gone in place with partners to improve access to those services and working with the voluntary sector. What I would say is that we know we've got work to do. We did improvements in terms of our performance towards the end of last year in our planned care. But again, we recognise that we do have work to do to improve against those.
Okay, I think it's worth saying too, Jill, that Simon and I, or Simon with my support, submitted an assessment on where we are against the special measures expectations to the tripartite meeting involving Welsh Government, HIW, as in Health Inspectorate Wales, and also the Welsh Audit Office, just before Simon left us as interim chief executive. I think that was well received. Simon delivered that presentation, and dialogue continues with Welsh Government in particular in terms of how we frame the expectations for the coming months.
And just to add to that, Mark, we are, sorry, Chairman, we are awaiting a formal response from Welsh Government, but it did reflect our journey through special measures and the achievements that we have made during that time. And a lot of those have been around the quality agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Focus for us as a board.
Just to thank Jill for that report. The reason I'm asking the question, as a board, we are aware of this. It's just that the general public will be viewing online and need some assurance and reassurance that we are progressing. Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you.
Diolch, Medwyn. Okay, so can we turn next to Frank on?
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Jill, and the exec for all your work during the year. My question relates to the flu vaccination programme, which you mentioned in your presentation. Do we have the capacity? Are we going to be ready for what we hope, in the appropriate sense, would be an upsurge in take-up this year for flu vaccinations? And the reason I ask is that in our line of work in housing, we have explored some private providers of flu jabs, and they are struggling to provide any capacity. Thank you.
If I may start, Chairman, and then perhaps if I can ask Teresa to support, if that's okay by you. So we do have a draft vaccination plan, Frank, on which we have worked with partners to develop, and I will say that our partners are stepping forward to see what resources they can help us with in terms of buildings. But it is a big consideration for us, and we're working very collectively, not just with our partners, but also with our staff, to ensure that we have the capacity within the health board to meet the needs. Teresa, do you want to say anything specific? Because I know you've been working very closely on this.
Thank you, Jill, and thank you for bringing up flu. Flu vaccine is something that we do every year, and we actually start planning flu vaccination every year as we complete the previous year. So work's been ongoing on this despite COVID since the spring, because we know it's important, and it will be more important, as Jill has said, this year more than ever, given concerns around respiratory conditions. In terms of capacity, every year it's a challenge, and I would talk about the two arms of flu vaccination. We've got our community vaccination programme, and I think that's the one that you're alluding to in the main, and very much working with our primary care clusters. As Jill alluded to in a presentation, we've got some of the best rates on flu vaccination in Wales, and we're very proud of that, and we keep trying to max out. The eligibility groups have been increased this year, so there is a further challenge for us. But we also believe that there is more interest in flu vaccinations this year amongst our public, so we're hoping that will help, but that does give us a challenge. But we have been working hard with our cluster colleagues and with other partners to make sure that we mobilise a strong flu vaccination programme this year. In terms of the second arm of flu vaccination, it is very much with our staff, because we need to protect our staff, but equally protect our patients, most importantly. But at the same time, that will support our business continuity. And only yesterday, execs, Sue was talking about some of the new focus from the occupational health colleagues who've always been frontline for us, supporting this work across all the health board, in there every day with many of our nurses and peers and therapists and colleagues vaccinating flu, promoting the good work. So at the moment, while it is a challenge, and in the board meeting later today, we have a paper on our planning for the COVID vaccination. So having to run 2 big vaccination sessions is a challenge. But at the moment, I'm hopeful that our good plans with our clusters will support us in the community. But I do think the challenge to move fast across the health board with our staff will also be a challenge, given that we will have 2 programmes this year, potentially, if the COVID vaccine arrives. I don't know, Sue, if you wanted to add, given the work that you've been doing with occupational health team.
Happy to. I think one of the things that we have identified is the absolute need to ensure that we're keeping a weather eye in terms of the COVID virus, making sure that when we're delivering vaccines, we're delivering them in a safe environment. So there's something about, yes, we have the capacity to deliver the flu vaccination, and we have the will and the determination to make sure that we protect as many of our colleagues as possible. But we're also mindful and have a really clear process in place to make sure that we can shift and change that plan, subject to making sure that our environments are safe and secure for the staff, either both administering the vaccination, but also those accessing them. Thank you.
Thank you for those responses. Many partners, not just housing, have signed up to the, I think you call it the Beat Flu campaign this year to raise awareness. And I was also just asking the question, and we've done that, and we're hitting some capacity issues, so I thought it worth just asking the question. So thanks for those comprehensive responses. Thank you.
Okay, Gareth, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Jill. Really interesting reflection, I think, over the last 12 months. I just wanted to draw perhaps a little bit more comment out about how we've worked with our key strategic partners over the last 12 months, and perhaps be more specific about maybe some of the benefits or the highlights around our working with the Regional Partnership Board.
And I'm happy to start, but Teresa, as chair of that board, you may want to come in. Can I just say that we are really aware that in order to meet the needs of our public to the best of our ability, we can't do that on our own. And I will say that there's been a lot of good conversation, discussion and initiatives taken forward by the RPB, but it's also been working very closely in partnership with them regarding particularly around our care homes most recently, to ensure that they are supported, to protect our public and work to support the patients and our social care colleagues. I'd also say, add to that, the work that we've done, again, collegiately with our mental health around the projects that to try and support people in their community. But I would say that some of the initiatives that have grown out locally from the local partnership boards and gone through the regional partnerships boards, we're really beginning to see make a difference across the way that we deliver care. Teresa, I know you chair that board, so I don't know whether there was anything that you particularly wished to add.
No, thank you, Jill and Gareth. I think it's been a busy year for the RPB once again, and the Health Board are so closely aligned to that work through the subgroups, through the leadership group, and in the main meetings. I'm currently just finalising the annual plan report for the RPB, And within that, of course, we'll be referencing the good work of Health Board colleagues and all the partners across the region. I expect for me, highlights where the Health Board and partnership piece has been key is our work on a healthier Wales, of course, a real focus on that this year, which for me, with my public health hat on, is especially pleasing as we need to try and move the agenda forward to supporting our public to be healthier, to move on that population health agenda. And that will help our front door during COVID at this time as well. And I expect the other reflection maybe I'd draw out at this time is the transformation, the grant monies that we've received and how that's helped to stimulate some new work for us all, whether that's in community services, in mental health services, and in plenty of other arenas such as children's health, so important for our future. So there's plenty of good work. The annual report will be out soon. I'll put that plug in now for the RPB, but I'm glad that you've raised it, Gareth, because it is a partnership activity. It's only as strong as the work of us all as partners, whether that's the Health Board or the 6 local authorities, but equally the work of our voluntary sector and our other colleagues in police, fire and rescue. It does feel like a coming together, and the Healthier Wales, I think, has really helped the RPB to move into a different space, but equally focus on some of our most vulnerable citizens in North Wales. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I just say a couple of comments, Mark, if that's okay? Thank you, Jill and Teresa, for that. Appreciate those comments. I think it's great to hear how the partnership working has developed, really. I look forward to seeing the annual report, Teresa, from the RPB. And I'm sure, given the type of year we've had with COVID, that the partnership agenda has changed, but also been strengthened as well over the last 12 months. So I'd just say congratulations and well done to the executive team for all the work around the work they do with our strategic partners.
Thanks, Gareth. I think it's also worth saying that I had my last call with the 6 leaders of the local authorities last week. We speak regularly, and they too recognise the tremendous amount of work that's going on between the Health Board and their colleagues in their own organisations and across the wider public sector here in North Wales, which has particularly come to the fore in the response to COVID, but was there already. So others recognise the work that's going on in the RPB, led by you, Teresa, and colleagues. So thanks for that. Okay, so we'll stop then with the annual report, and we'll move on to the annual quality statement if colleagues are happy. So without further ado, can I introduce Deborah Hickman? Welcome to this meeting, Deborah.
Thank you.
A new mental health service operating at hospitals in North Wales is to be rolled out across the region. More than 2,500 people have been helped by ICANN centres at Ysbyty Glenclwyd, Ysbyty Gwynedd and Wrexham Mylor Hospital. They've been helping people experiencing mental health issues due to drug or alcohol abuse, relationship breakdowns and debt in dedicated rooms away from busy A&E wards.
Now, if you've undergone surgery, you'll know a huge amount of effort goes into getting yourself back to fitness as soon as possible. But what about getting into shape before having the operation? Well, a pilot is being run in Wrexham known as prehabilitation, which is designed to cut the risk of complications, and it's thought to be the first of its kind in Wales.
You broke the last one, dude.
their main treatment over in Alder Hey in Liverpool, and they have their shared care here with us at Blaenoriaethau. And families felt that they'd like to have a way of celebrating the end of their treatment.
We've been waiting a very long time for our new build, and today is the day that we're moving in. I've been very fortunate to work at Ysbyty Gwynedd for many years, over 35. Most of them spent at the front door here. So I am so excited about today.
In hospital after an operation can be daunting. So one Wrexham hospital is sending patients home hours after they've had hip replacements. The average stay after hip surgery is 3 days. But some patients are being given the option to leave early and to be monitored at home by medical staff.
Work is underway on 3 new field hospitals to help the Health Board covering North Wales deal with the coronavirus pandemic. Fenyw Cymru in Llandudno, Deeside Leisure Centre in Flintshire and Bangor University's Brailsford Sports Centre will provide 850 extra beds between them. It's being called Ysbyty Rainbow Hospital. Nia Kerris was given access to the building work at Bangor and sends this report.
From sports hall to building site, Bangor University's Brailsford Centre, usually busy with students and gym goers, will soon be one of North Wales's emergency field hospitals.
You can actually see all the work that's been done to actually kit the hall out to be a temporary hospital site. You can actually see the ward layout as we walk through now, and this will be one of our temporary hospital sites.
Okay, Deborah, over to you. Thank you.
It's 12 months.
Deborah, you're not coming across. There must be a problem with the mic. I heard you just a moment ago, but you might want to move nearer.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could we start the presentation, please?
No. Let's go again.
Deborah, can you see the presentation?
No, I can't. It's got loading. If other people can see it, I'm happy to talk. But I'm assuming if I can't
So
see it...
I can, okay, let me just check. I can see it. Just by way of one example. Sue Green, can you see it too?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can see it, Deborah, I'm afraid. So, if you've got a copy in front of you, I suggest you speak to it. But if you let John know when you want to move to the next slide, we can do that.
That's fine. That's fine. So if we can move to slide 2, please. If you can just tell me when that's up, and then I'll start.
It is. It's up.
Super, thank you. So the annual quality statement is developed very much with our public and communities in mind, and this is to ensure that they're informed and communicated with on key quality issues, and clearly that we're transparent as a health board. Next slide, please. So patient safety, it's fair to say that we've seen quite positive results using a collaborative approach in key areas such as falls, hospital-acquired pressure ulcers and sepsis. And with that, we've seen a reduction in serious harm related to these types of incidents during the reporting year. That said, we can't be complacent, and we acknowledge that any harm is not where we want to be. I'd like to point out that shortlisting is a major achievement for national awards such as the Nursing Times. So winning an award is an absolute significant achievement, and one that our mental health colleagues received in the work that they did in terms of reducing incidences requiring restraint. We continue with our award accreditation programme in driving standards across the health board. This is a programme that's received well. It's part of our quality improvement journey, and it also provides an opportunity for our staff to showcase the work that they're doing. Next slide, please. So clinical effectiveness, and we've heard a lot this morning about flu vaccination, but to say that achieving 57.28% of 10,000 staff for the flu vaccination last year was the highest in Wales and a significant achievement. And that's a reflection of the focus and the perseverance of the staff and our vaccinators alike. And it would be remiss of me to not, again, the importance of flu vaccination in this coming year for staff, but also for our communities. Commencing the training on our silver quality improvement, that's working towards putting the foundations in place for continuous improvement across the health board. That said, COVID saw significant change and pace across the health board, driven by our clinicians and leaders. And this has also overseen the safe restart of some of our clinical services to date. Next slide, please. So patient experience. We've started to establish a standardised PAL service approach at local level across all of our areas. We saw our first sensory loss conference, which was aimed at putting North Wales on the map. And it's been an absolute pleasure to receive the recognition as one of the best training environments at our YG site. We continue to drive our dementia care awareness training across the health board. That said, that is amongst many training programmes. That's just one that I wanted to pick out to note. Next slide, please. So areas for improvement. We know that we have further work to do in these challenging times regarding the restart of our suspended services, but we have to ensure that these are done safely. We continue to interrogate and learn in relation to our low harm never events, as we've heard Jill comment on earlier this morning. We do need to get into more real-time learning from our incidents and complaints, and we continue to grow and effectively use our QI capacity to underpin everything we do. We're looking to further strengthen our governance, which is ward-to-board reporting and real-time escalation, and using our intelligence more adeptly in terms of informing that. Next slide, please. It would be remiss of me not to talk about COVID-19, one of the significant challenges that many of us will have faced in our lifetime. So I wanted to highlight some of the impact that it's had in terms of our service. As I alluded to earlier, we've seen significant change and pace and a real focus and commitment of our staff. We've seen agility of our staff in really difficult times. And that said, the coming together and the engagement and support of our communities and our stakeholders has been absolutely second to none. learning on what can be achieved by our clinicians and our clinical and support staff in driving this agenda forward is a real testament to the commitment of our staff in the Health Board. Next slide, please. So moving on, our priorities for the forthcoming year. We've got a number of strategies that we need to review. Primarily our quality, safety, experience strategy for patients and the utilisation of data and information in a more triangulated way. Revision of our PTR processes based on our learning and our engagement with our service users. And I think, as I've mentioned throughout, our quality improvement focus is obviously key to driving forward, and some of underpinning that will be things like our human factors training. So pulling all of those together, supporting our priorities and moving us further forward on our achievements that we've achieved in the last 12 months. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Deborah. Any questions from anyone? No, then from me, Deborah, we touched upon this earlier on. Could you just confirm how the work is proceeding in terms of our management of the outbreaks and the lessons that we're unpicking and how we're going to move forward with them?
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say that moving through the Wrexham outbreak, there was significant learning. There was quite a lot of actions that were taken in real time. So the next steps for us is to translate that learning across the Health Board, of which we have a process to do that, which will be executive led. I think what I would say is taking that learning from that Wrexham outbreak, because we have seen some clusters on our YGC site, and I think that learning has assisted us in maintaining that outbreak and that transmission further than it already has been.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Deborah. And thanks for stepping up behind Jill into the role that you are and for leading the work that you are leading. The board does appreciate it, and certainly I do, the fact that you've done that. Thank you. Okay, so Abian, I think you've just come in with a question. Am I right?
Yes, thank you for noticing the hand, Mark. Just a quick question. I think it's worth asking regarding the areas for improvement. The recommencement of services suspended during COVID has been enormous. It's been an enormous problem for the Health Board, and I know some progress has been made, but I think it's worth asking how we're progressing on this issue and what plans we have over the next few months.
So I'll start off with that, and colleagues may want to come in. So as I've alluded to in the presentation, we have clinical buy-in that are reviewing those pathways to ensure that they are recommenced safely. I think we don't underestimate the challenges that are faced at the moment in terms of COVID and that transmission within our communities. I will not say it's easy, but we continue to work through those. And I think as in the presentation, we've seen a number of services that have come back online. And I would probably say in probably a different approach to how they were before.
Avion, did you want to respond?
No, thank you. I know we are discussing plans next week in the Finance Committee and on our improvement areas. So I don't know if Jill wanted to mention what she has in mind, how this is going to be taken forward. I don't know.
So yes, I'm happy to pick up on that. So there's an awful lot of work being undertaken, as Deborah alluded to, in working with our clinical colleagues, and they have been at the forefront of this in developing those pathways that are safe, but we are also safe and protecting both our staff and our public, and I think that's really important. In terms of how we take this forward, as I alluded to in my presentation, is about giving our public confidence in what we put into place. We are working hard to use all the capacity that is available to us, ensuring that those patients that are prioritised are getting the care that they require, but we're also working innovatively to think about how we can, so for example, we've got a CT scanner they describe in a box to increase our capacity to diagnostics, but also to planned care. And again, we're working with colleagues across the health board, but with Welsh Government. We have conversations with them next week about how we can potentially extend that.
Thank you, Jill.
And as you referred to, Avion, I've called an extraordinary meeting of Finance Performance Committee for next week, particularly to examine the return of some aspects of planned care and the reopening of pathways and progress. So, yeah, that will give us an opportunity to have a full and extensive discussion around that particular topic, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, so we shall move on, as I say. So we're on to the annual financial accounts. Sue.
Thanks, Mark. John, could you please share the presentation? Thank you. So I will be presenting an overview of the financial performance of the Health Board, which will cover the 2019-20 statutory financial targets and our financial performance, and a brief outlook of the 2021 plan. There are some references to the financial impact of coronavirus during 2019-20, but is obviously having a much more significant impact on everything that the Health Board delivers in 2020-21, so the current year. So the first slide talks around the statutory financial duties. There are two of them on this slide. The first financial duty is to ensure that our expenditure does not exceed the funding that we receive over a 3-year period. And the second financial duty is to prepare an integrated medium-term plan following 3-year period. Next slide, please. We have other financial targets that are not statutory. The first of these is to pay 95% of all non-NHS invoices within 30 days of receipt of goods of invoice. And this is just to make sure that we are looking after our suppliers in terms of their cash flow. And then we also have to ensure that the closing cash balance is within the tolerance limit, i.e. we don't spend more cash than we've been allocated. Next slide, please. So I'll start with 19-20 financial performance. And this slide simply shows our performance against the financial targets. So in terms of capital expenditure, that's non-NHS invoice payment duty and the closing cash balance, these were all delivered in year. In terms of the resource expenditure, we overspent against our target, so we have a deficit in the year. And the Health Board is in special measures, and therefore we are operating under an annual operational plan and do not prepare an integrated medium-term plan. Next slide, please. So this slide just talks around our revenue expenditure so that you can see that for the last financial year, we spent 1.66 billion against a revenue resource limit of 1.622 billion. So we've overspent against revenue resource limit by 38.7 million. This is a slightly improved position against 2018-19, where we had a deficit of 41.3 million. And the cumulative overspend, which is around that second financial statutory duty, shows that we've overspent by 118.8 million, so we didn't meet that target. I think it's worth noting that in last year, Health Board incurred about 1.2 million of expenditure that's specifically related to COVID-19. Next slide, please. So this slide talks around just detailed expenditure by division. So we've got 5 different areas here. Area teams include primary care and the community hospitals, secondary care, commissioner contracts, mental health and learning disabilities, and other expenditure. There is not much movement in terms of the percentage of expenditure here, other than in the other category. And the main reason for the movement is around the impairment to the YGC development and the cost of superannuation in year, which was funded by Welsh Government. Next slide, please. This slide shows expenditure by category. The percentages are very similar over those 5-year period, but you can see that in that time the budget has increased from about 1.47 billion to about 1.67 billion over that time period. Next slide, please. So we always talk about agency staff use, and that's because this sort of highlights the recruitment gap that we have within the health board. What this slide is basically showing is that medical and dental agency expenditure was 16.3 million in 2019-20, which was a 16% increase, and that nursing expenditure was 13.5 million, which was a 0.6 million increase, which is about 5%. And I guess the trend is gradually increasing, and we're doing everything we can in order to manage this, and we have had some success in recruiting medical and dental staff over the last 12 months. Next slide, please, John. So the health board has an investment programme, and this is how we spent it last year. It's about 24.1 million here. So you can see the main categories. It's probably, to give you some context, about 40% of it is spent on our estate. About 25% is on medical devices and medical equipment, and about 22% was spent on IT investment. So you've got digital transformation schemes, you've got and the Welsh Patient Administration System in there. Next slide, please. So the annual accounts for the year were audited by the Wales Audit Office. We had an independent report that went to our audit committee, and there were some key points in there. One, that the accounts were submitted in line with agreed Welsh Government deadline, and that there were no material misstatements or inconsistencies in the way we were reporting identified during the audit. Next slide, please. And I guess the thing to highlight is that the audit report recognises the significant achievement of preparing the accounts by the submission date, given that during the time period after the financial year, we were all adapting to new ways of working brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. And so, we did a lot of virtual working, and that's a credit to the finance team. And then the Auditor General has issued an unqualified audit opinion on the financial statements and a qualified opinion on the regularity because we didn't hit our statutory duties. Next slide, please. So looking forward to 2021, I guess the first thing to say is that when we set our plan for 2021, we did not expect the COVID-19 pandemic. But we think about things like the special measures framework, about the financial challenge that the health board faces in terms of the deficit position and how we make the health board more sustainable. And therefore the savings requirement is a big element of that, because we are trying to generate savings that will reduce our expenditure on a recurrent basis going forward. We also think about the operational pressures, because we're trying to deliver the best possible clinical service for our population. And the delivery of the plan that we set for 2021 required significant transformational change to bring around that sustainable improvement. Next slide, please, John. So looking forward to 2021, this slide just highlights the plan for 2021 that we set. So we had a planned resource allocation of 1.5 billion. We set a plan to give us a 40 million deficit, which required 45 million in cash releasing savings. As I've said previously, the plan was developed prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we've been working really closely with the Welsh Government during this year, the current financial year, to set the plan to meet the challenges that COVID-19 has brought to the Health Board. Next slide, please. Diolch, thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions from anyone? No, so I've got some observations, Sue, to start with. So I think it's first of all worth noting that whilst the deficit did not improve significantly, that nevertheless required a significant level of savings to be found by the organisation, both in terms of recurring revenue and one-off savings. I don't know if you've got the figures in front of you, but it might be worth illustrating the scale of those savings. The second thing is that our ability to drive that deficit down further was in part impeded by some significant cost pressures, particularly around prescribing, and also the rise, therefore, in the cost of drugs too. So could you just, if you can, just touch on those 2 points for me?
Yeah, of course, Mark. So last year we generated about 22 million of cash relief savings, and we had some savings that were efficiency, so they didn't actually release cash. In terms of prescribing, there was a pressure all the way through last year, and this is about the price rather than about the volume of drugs that we were prescribing. And this was something that was felt all across Wales, but it was something that sort of materialised or developed from August when the prices changed, and this had a significant impact on the Health Board in terms of a cost pressure for the year.
Thank you. And then Sue, in terms of given agency has been flagged, and we've got a couple of trends listed on the slide on page 9. Do you briefly just want to talk about your observations around that and the work that's being carried out, Sue Green?
Yeah, can do. Just trying to turn my video on. So I mean, there are a number of things, and I would also want to flag that clearly Q4 was also impacted by some of the work that we needed to do very, very quickly linked to the pandemic. But more importantly, one of the things we've identified is actually it's much better. Whilst agency staff are fantastic and really contribute significantly to delivery of safe patient care, it's also really important that we try and develop our own flexible workforce, so we're able to deal with peaks in demand, we're able to deal with gaps in service. So in 1920 we created and have started the establishment of a medical temporary bank, so effectively our own temporary workforce. So people who either want to work on the basis that they work when they can, they want to work on a flexible basis, they want to work extra hours, either in the setting that they already work or in another setting. We've seen a real increase in the number of bank hours being used, medical bank hours being used, and that's really important because we're able to train those staff to our standards. We're able to get to know those staff, they get to know the organisation. So we're continuing to drive the increase in our bank numbers and the use of our own temporary workforce as much as possible, supplemented where we need to by our agency staff.
Thanks, Sue. So I'm not picking up anybody wanting to ask any further questions or make any observations. So that being the case, I'll move on to the special measures update. But Jill, unless you want to suggest the contrary, I think you covered that sufficiently in the opening presentation and also in terms of Medwin's question.
Yes, I am, Chairman. I think that we have covered that.
Okay, so we then come on to the forward look at, and I think the same applies to that too, Jill, given you referred to the forward look, as did Deborah, in terms of quality in your presentation. So again, if people are happy, I'll move on to the Q&A session. Yeah, okay, so we now move on to the fact that we would hold a questions and answers session, and that would normally take place from the floor. However, given the virtual nature of this meeting, we've asked for questions in advance. We've received 9 questions in total. Some of the questions received relate to individuals or specific matters currently subject to process, and as a result could impact upon individual members of staff, both their privacy and dignity and trust and confidence, their trust and confidence in the organisation. As an employer, and as I'm sure you might appreciate, it would be inappropriate to discuss those in the public forum. In the interest of transparency, though, we have drawn out the relevant themes and group responses where appropriate. Please be assured to those who've asked questions of the nature that I referred to at the start, that we will be looking to provide a personalised response to the individual in question, and when those responses are sent, or before they are sent, they will be shared with members of the board, so we're all happy that the question is being responded to. So in terms of the themes and those questions we can respond to in a public forum, the first was in relation to the leadership of the Mental Health and Learning Disabilities Directorate. And I'd like to call on Tracer, who's the Deputy Chief Executive, Interim and Director of Public Health, to respond. Tracer.
David, thank you. So in response, the Health Board is committed to stabilising the current mental health and learning disability structure so that we can support improvements in our services through safe and effective delivery and through improved partnership working. I've recently stepped into the executive leadership role for the MHLD service, and I can confirm that alongside our medical director, Dr. Alberto Salmarani, we have now appointed 2 experienced colleagues to lead the services. So Mr. Ian Wilkie has commenced as the interim director of MHLD, and Mr. Mike Smith has commenced as the interim director of nursing for us in the division. I am aware of a number of concerns being raised in psychology services, and I'm keen to meet with the services in the coming weeks. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
So I just want to echo the concerns that exist within the board, Tracer. I think the changes that have been made are timely and welcome. As we know, we want to explore and confirm the way forward in the next stage of response, not just to COVID, but more generally around mental health. And reappraisal is taking place in that regard, in part due to the understandable concerns expressed by the CHC, which we are seeking to meet with them over. You know, you're concerned, the board is concerned, I'm concerned. Mental health saw some improvements, but we now need to move the division forward in a way that is necessary and to respond to the concerns that exist internally and externally. So I think it's timely that you've stepped in. I think it's timely that we've made the changes that we've had, and the board will be looking to monitor progress through Lucy, the vice chair, who's got particular responsibility for mental health.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there were 3 questions that were relating to the concerns about how people can raise concerns, and also concerns around bullying and harassment within the organisation. Can I ask Sue Green, as Director of Workforce and Organisational Development, to respond?
Certainly, Mark. So in terms of raising concerns, I'm going to take that first, and then I'm going to go on to bullying and harassment. And forgive me, this is quite a long response, but this is such an important issue, and has been raised in a number of different fora over recent months. So I want to be really clear on the Health Board's position. Along with the rest of the NHS across the UK, consistent with other health boards in Wales, this Health Board has in place a clear commitment to ensure that concerns raised by our staff are listened to and acted upon to secure improvement in the way in which care and services are delivered and experienced, and the way in which our staff are enabled to contribute to this. Whilst there are policies and processes in place, as well as facilities to enable colleagues to raise concerns in a safe way, there are always improvements that can be made, especially as a result of feedback from those involved and who raised the concerns. As well as the raising concerns process, colleagues can and do raise concerns informally with line managers in the moment and through the grievance procedure, and formally again through the grievance procedure or dignity at work procedure. Concerns are investigated in an appropriate way, ranging from individual or collective conversations through to formal investigations undertaken either by an appropriate person identified within the Health Board, or in some circumstances where additional capacity, independence or expertise is required, an external investigator is engaged. These are very different from full service reviews commissioned by the organisation or by external inspection or regulatory bodies. One of the most important elements for any organisation in ensuring that there is trust and confidence in raising concerns is the way in which concerns are reviewed and how action taken is communicated. It is really important that we close the loop so that the person who's raised an issue is confident that it was worthwhile to do so, and that they are clear on what action has or hasn't been taken and the reasons for this. This is something that hasn't always been delivered or achieved here, and as such, a joint review of the facilities for and the management of raising concerns is underway. This is being led by myself in conjunction with the Exec Medical Director, who is responsible for management of the Safe Haven facility that we have in place. The timescale for completion of this review is within the next month, subject to us being able to engage with those who have been involved in some of the cases to receive their lived experience. We will, of course, work closely with our trade union partners to ensure that we work collectively to secure the improvement that our staff and our patients deserve to see. In respect of bullying and harassment, any allegation of bullying from any individual or group of staff is taken very seriously by the organisation, and all cases are managed through the appropriate All Wales policy. These policies have been developed on an All Wales basis and ratified by the Welsh Partnership Forum, which includes our trade union partners. The policy is currently under review as part of our continual learning process across NHS Wales. In all cases where bullying is alleged, an appropriate investigation takes place. If there is evidence that behaviours fall below the standards the organisation should expect, action will be required taken to resolve the concerns raised. However, in many such cases, the issues are due to a breakdown in relationships and mediation is recommended. The new draft policy under consultation by the Welsh Partnership Forum seeks to strengthen this aspect of the policy, placing greater emphasis on resolving relationship breakdowns at early stages where there is sufficient evidence of bullying to progress to disciplinary action. The Health Board is committed to providing a safe and secure working environment free from harassment and bullying, and ensuring that all staff are treated and treat others with dignity and respect. The organisation will not tolerate any form of bullying and harassment which occurs at work or out of the workplace or on social media, and will take all practicable steps to avoid and eliminate this. Behaviour which may be described as bullying and harassment is not conducive to the provision of effective healthcare services and can undermine the confidence and performance of our staff. It can also affect their physical and mental health and their well-being, and lead to absenteeism. The effects of poor relations between individuals can be felt across the NHS organisation and ultimately can have an impact on the care provided to patients. This is something that the organisation and myself as the Executive Director of Workforce is absolutely committed to moving forward in a positive, constructive and responsive way. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sue. The next thing was orthopaedic waiting times. Mark Wilkinson, Executive Director of Planning Performance, to respond. Thanks, Mark.
Bwrdd, and can I just begin by thanking the patient of ours who raised the question. And we recognise that many people have to wait for too long to receive access to planned care services, and we're working hard to address this. Actually, our orthopaedic services are amongst some of our most challenged in terms of waiting times. They account for around 30% of people who are waiting for too long, according to the Welsh Government definitions. And for this reason, and for a few years now, this has been a key priority for the board. And last year, significant progress was made with the appointment of 6 additional orthopaedic consultants. And that's on top of our existing team of about 30 orthopaedic consultants. These individuals have come into post mainly across this year, 2020. And we've also invested in community musculoskeletal services, which can avoid the need for people to require surgery in the first place by directing them towards exercise programs, physiotherapy, or other suitable alternatives. But nevertheless, the number of people waiting has continued to grow across 2020, and particularly during the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our overall waiting list size is not growing at the same rate, but that is mainly due to a reduction in the number of routine referrals that we received in the first part of the pandemic compared to pre-COVID levels. But within that overall waiting list number, long waits are increasing dramatically. Our operating theatres continue to operate at approximately only 30% of their pre-COVID patient activity levels, and the drivers of this very limited activity continue to be staff and bed capacity as we continue to respond to unscheduled and intermittent COVID outbreaks. Work is ongoing to restart planned care activity, and September does appear to be showing some improvement, but the bounce back in terms of our theatre activity is more of a gentle incline rather than a steep rise. I think orthopaedics is a key specialty for us to develop our new approaches to waiting list management, and a key part of this is about risk stratification. So I'll just explain what this means. Under this approach, the key criteria for determining access to care is not as much about time waiting, but it's a clinically led, harm-based assessment. And this will allow us to be sure that those in the greatest need are receiving care, whilst our capacity is necessarily constrained. Thank you.
Mark, I think what has been particularly impressive over the last few weeks too has been our clinical colleagues who've clearly wanted to restart services as soon as possible as far as orthopaedics is concerned. And the fact that on the face of it, they appear to be now in active conversation about how we might better provide orthopaedic services moving forward, and are having a joined up conversation in that regard, which I think is really helpful, professional and welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. A key part of our plans to develop orthopaedic services have always been the concept of a clinical network across North Wales, bringing clinicians together. It very much aligns to the Once for North Wales approach that Jill talked about earlier on. And I think one of the benefits of the pandemic has been a greater willingness amongst our clinical community to work across.
Thanks, Mark. So the next theme was associated with urology, and the question bluntly ended at the end with, in 2020, why is living in Betsy Cadwallader, the NHS area, worse than living in a third world health service area? Before you come in, Mark, again, I think it's worth saying that I've already asked for a position statement on urology because it's an area of particular concern to me, given some of the correspondence I'm receiving, and a position statement has been provided by Kate and Jill, which is due to be discussed again shortly. So over to you in terms of response.
Okay, thanks, Chairman. So I think we do recognise that we have experienced some key challenges in our urology service over recent years, due to the loss of some of our consultant workforce and difficulties with recruiting replacements. But I can advise that since June, we have managed to recruit a highly skilled and a well-respected cancer surgeon who specialises in complex urology cancers. And I'm particularly pleased to be able to report that 2 weeks ago, that individual, that new consultant, carried out the first cystectomy operation in North Wales for almost 3 years. Prior to that appointment, patients have been having to travel to Liverpool to receive the care that they've needed. And that individual has now got several other patients to treat over the coming weeks. So I think this has been a significant step for us. forward for us, and it's also been a catalyst that's allowed us to further recruit an additional 2 consultants who will start with us in December of this year. In addition to that progress from a workforce perspective, we've committed to developing the ability to perform robotically assisted surgery, and this development will bring us in line with the rest of Wales and the UK. So we're keen to address what we know has been an inequality for the people of North Wales, and as well as the service components to that will also help us with recruitment of additional staff. So that's Chairman how I would wish to respond to that question. Thank you.
Mark or David, do we know when we're likely to discover the decision on robotic surgery and its positioning? Because it's been with Welsh Government, I think, for a while. The last guy I heard was the business case was on someone's desk. Have we got any sense when we might hear?
So there are 2 components to this. One is, as you've referred to, Mark, it's our participation in the All Wales programme. The timescales for that are moving away a little bit at the present time. So what we're doing is we are exploring an interim proposal to do something just for us in North Wales, and we are expecting that proposal to come to the executive team within a matter of weeks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Okay, the next question included the following. Mark Polling, Betsy Chair, does Betsy focus on doing the systems business, tolerate poor standards and risk to patients, fail to foster a positive culture for nurses and doctors, and allow a culture of fear and bullying, which in part Sue has already responded to, ignore professional advice, and that the root cause of Betsy's difficulties remains that it will never be possible to staff and afford free acute hospitals. So there are a couple of key elements to that question that's been posed, and in the first instance I've asked Acting Executive Medical Director Arpan Gupta to respond, followed by Sue Hill. Arpan.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can you all hear me? I assume you can.
Yes.
Thanks, Chair. So I think to respond to that, we would say that there have been a number of very clear improvement processes that have been put in place in Betsy Cadwaladr. And these have been particularly been noticeable in our response to the COVID-19. Although I hasten to add that these processes will support the delivery of quality clinical care well beyond our COVID response. There's been mention of clinical standards and national guidance. And indeed, we have created a clinical advisory group, which now critically examines our clinical pathways and matches them with national guidance, particularly those issued by the Royal Colleges of Medicines before they are used. We also hope to start work on commissioning a Quality Improvement Academy for North Wales to further support the high quality care that we wish to deliver for all our patients in North Wales. To give you a specific example, for instance, in terms of these principles translating into enhanced and safer provision for patients, I would look to our critical care services, which has been, of course, the subject of focus during our COVID-19 response. So this service, for instance, has performed in an exemplary way, not simply by increasing its potential capacity almost threefold, but also by recording COVID-19 patient outcomes that are at par and sometimes better when compared with UK national data, which is something to be proud of. We have also put in additional resources in place, for instance, the capital investment into critical care facilities and a new area in Wrexham Milo Hospital, as well as improved facilities at Glenclwyd. We also have additional capacity now with a total of 50 critical care ventilators, which are breathing machines, which can be used both in critical care as well as for the transport of patients across the patch and outwards. We've also doubled our ability to support kidney dialysis with a total of 26 machines at the time that I speak. I could also reflect on our achievements of standards of care for women in labour, for instance. We were one of the first, perhaps not the first, organisation in the UK to introduce universal screening and testing for COVID-19 during the UK. And we directly liaised with the Royal College of Obstetricians to make sure that we were in line with their thinking. And this has resulted with no COVID-19 infections for our patients in obstetrics and gynecology, for instance. And we are also very proud that we have 24/7 medical cover for our labour wards. I think a sign of the attractiveness of North Wales is that if I reflect on the number of consultants in the year of August 2019 to August 2020, we have successfully increased our consultant numbers by about 20, which means that senior specialists are keen to come to North Wales and work with us. Hopefully we will carry on in this vein and further enhance the quality of care and the effectiveness of care that we deliver to our patients in North Wales. Thank you, Chair.
Just in terms of where you ended, Arpan, I know that independent colleagues who chair the consultant panels have been impressed by, of late, the quality of fields coming forward and the quality of the people that we are, of course, appointing. So, you know, we are certainly more confident in ourselves that we can start to address the recruitment challenges, and we are, as I say, impressed with the quality of the people we are selecting.
I would absolutely echo that, Chair. I mean, my colleague before, Mark Wilkinson, referred to recruitment of a urology cancer specialist, for instance. This is a colleague who's been working as an established consultant in a highly regarded area of the UK and has chosen to come to North Wales. So I think the future is bright for us.
Good news, and I'll refer to a medical school later when I conclude the AGM. Sue Hill, do you want to respond to the second topic, please?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I think we appreciate that we have much work to do with our key asset, which is our workforce, to improve the culture, and we have current initiatives identifying how our staff feel about their jobs, their working conditions and the organisation, so that we can then agree together how to improve their culture, provide meaningful staff engagement. The Health Board is committed to providing a working environment that's free from harassment and bullying, and this, you know, is just reflected in the comments that Sue Green made earlier. Thank you.
Okay, the next theme concerned primary care provision and included the comment that when is the shambolic mess of no doctors in Longford, Stan Cumbria surgery is going to be sorted. Longford Road should reopen with our own doctors and see them face to face. And I'll ask Chris Stockport, the Executive Director of Primary and Community Services, to respond, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwrdd. The Health Board's recently taken over the running of both of those practices when the previous GPs were unable to continue to run them. And this is a problem across the whole of the UK because, put simply, there are less GPs available now to cover all of the work that GPs have traditionally done. And just like many areas in the UK, we're responding to that by training other professionals who can support GPs, so that our GPs are focusing upon only those aspects of care that actually require a GP's input. That's the case in Longford and Cumbria, where we're supporting the training of a number of additional professionals. And in fact, this is a good opportunity for me to pay testament to the efforts of those individuals and the supporting staff in both practices, who are dedicated and who've pulled out all the stops to be as flexible as possible whilst this training has been occurring in order to keep people safe. In addition, we can't ignore the unprecedented challenges that we've had due to coronavirus in the last 6 months or so. At no point has general practice been closed. In fact, quite the contrary. General practice across the Health Board has responded to the unprecedented challenge with an unprecedented response that I believe we should all be proud of. But it has meant that there has been a change in the way of working, which has been necessary to keep those clinicians, their staff, and importantly, other patients safe. And that's included providing more consultations in different ways, such as phone and video. But where necessary, we have still been providing and will provide face-to-face consultations. Across North Wales, we've also had a dozen or so practices that have temporarily become designated centres for seeing patients who were believed to be high risk for having coronavirus. And Longford Road surgery in Holyhead was one of those practices. Now, that's inevitably meant limited access for patients to the Longford Road site. And because of that, we've increased access to care by moving care for those patients who used to access Longford Road temporarily to the Cambria site whilst the arrangement was in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. And then the final question or theme contained the I'm the National Director of Diabetes UK, and I'm getting increasingly concerned with diabetes services at BIPBC. Despite being clearly set out by NICE, there is no psychology support for adults with diabetes in the west of BCU. When are you going to appoint a clinical lead for diabetes to coordinate the implementation of the Welsh Government's diabetes delivery plan? When is your executive lead for diabetes going to attend the diabetes plan and delivery group as mandated by Welsh Government? He has been in post for 2 years and has yet to respond to any of my inquiries. Chris.
Okay, thank you. It would be unfair to conclude that the Health Board is not progressing the development of diabetes services, including access to psychologist support. I will, of course, respond directly to the question's author with a more detailed response to some of those areas of questioning, but it will be helpful now to provide a brief oversight. Firstly, regarding psychology support for patients with diabetes, the Health Board agrees that equitable access to this important service is necessary, but not just in the west of the Health Board, across all of the Health Board. And it's for that reason that we're already supporting the progression of a business case through for that psychology service, and it's now currently working through our governance processes. The board has also supported the suggestion that we embrace diabetes as being the first area in which we adopt a more inclusive pathway redesign approach. Now, this is really important, and there's a great potential in doing this, but it will require us to reinvigorate the membership of our diabetes planning and delivery group and to give it a greater emphasis. As part of that, we have now already appointed one of our medical directors with protected time to prioritise moving this forward. Unfortunately, coronavirus has meant that it's taken a little longer than had been first intended, but we're absolutely clear that this is a top priority for us. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. So that concludes the Q&A session, and it falls to me to talk about some concluding comments. Firstly, I want to say what a tough year it's been, made tougher by COVID, to which I have to say, my board colleague, in terms of the independent members, support this view too, that the organisation has responded really well to the pandemic, has been well led by the executive team. I want, though, to be particularly concerned with commending our workforce for their commitment, professionalism and flexibility. As some of you know, I had the opportunity to visit Penrose, Eryri, Athwen and Bryn Berel community hospitals in the West last week, and that follows visits to the Centre and East sites previously. And I want to say how truly impressed I was with what I heard and saw from our staff at those sites. Their fortitude was evident, as was their positivity, which was particularly impressive given what they've been through. And I came away feeling more confident than I was before, and I was confident already that they are ready as they can be to respond to any second wave that may be on its way to us. They were truly impressive, as I say. More broadly, there is much to do. The annual report demonstrates that fact. There is much work going on, all of which cannot be made visible in the course of this AGM or indeed the meeting later. But dialogue continues with Welsh Government about the support for our ambitions moving forward. And this includes a wish to now formally examine the case for a medical and health sciences school here in North Wales. And of course, board members will be kept abreast of dialogue with Welsh Government and other partners about initiatives that we wish to pursue, and some of which have been touched upon today. So we all know there's more to do. Much has been achieved over the last year, but there's certainly more to do. And I look forward to ensuring that we as a board, with our colleagues across the organisation and our partners, do just that. So can I end by thanking those who've delivered presentations, for those who've posed questions during this AGM, and also for the questions received from members of the public, which in part have been responded to, but full of responses will follow where necessary, as we've already said. So Jock and Thou Yawn, that is the end of the AGM. In terms of the board meeting which now follows, I suggest we have a break, and I suggest we resume at 11:30. So please be ready to dial in at 11:30 when I'll start the formal board meeting. Thanks very much. Okay, it's 11:30. I propose to start the health board meeting itself now. I'm assuming everybody else has joined me. I can see most people on the screen. So without further ado, I'll do with introductory remarks. And there was a number of things that I need to confirm. The first is to confirm a chair's action was taken to approve the recessing of governance paper following audit committee agreement of that paper on the 28th of July 2020. Second is to confirm a chair's action was taken regarding the appointment of Joe Whitehead to the post of Chief Executive, and Joe will be starting with us in January. And as an aside, as you would expect, Joe and I have had a number of conversations, as I know Jill has had with Joe, to prepare for Joe's arrival and to talk about what actions are being taken at the moment by the health board and the executive team. I also need to confirm a chair's action was taken regarding the remuneration of the interim chief executive. A further action was taken to approve the annual report and annual quality statement for the AGM. And finally, an action was taken to approve the settlement of a high value claim and instruction of council to commence negotiation of a joint settlement meeting. I also want to inform the board that the Minister has agreed to an extension to the associate board member position of the Director of Mental Health until the 6th of January 2021. So there are all the things I want to say by introductory remarks. And we move on to apologies for absence. Kate, who have we got tendering apologies, please?
We have apologies from Lucy Reid, Rowena Edwards, Gavin MacDonald, the recently appointed Interim Chief Operating Officer, and Helen Wilkinson.
Thank you. Okay, any direct declarations of interest from anybody on this call and meeting?
Hi Mark, Jackie Hughes here. I have a declaration of interest in the paper on the nuclear medicine service later on, as my substantive post sits within radiology.
Okay, thanks, Jackie. So if there are no other declarations of interest, we move on to 1.4, which is the minutes of the last meeting held on the 23rd of July. Are colleagues happy with the accuracy of the minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we move on to the action table and the outstanding actions. And the first, Sue, was with your good self and indicates that a paper is coming to the Remuneration Committee on the 6th of October. Is that still the case?
It is, Chair.
Thank you. The next, Chris Stockport, was for yourself. Could you provide an update, please?
Yes, as the actions show, this was deferred due to coronavirus. We have now broadly got an agreement in terms of how we will approach GPs using a targeted approach and clarification in terms of indemnity issues. The action's not completely closed because the letters and one-to-one contacts with those GPs has not yet occurred, but it's close to completion.
Thanks, Chris. Fraser, I know that the next action open is not due until November, but is there anything you want to say by way of an interim update?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you. No, the paper is on track for November. I think there are plenty of options for us to discuss, and for information for you and colleagues, of course, we are today in English only discussing an actual Welsh paper, and there are discussions underway at national level to support us so that we can have some of these discussions bilingually as needed as well. So just to mention that, but we are on track for November, and we have a paper later today on the board in terms of the good progress in 1920.
Okay, thanks, Fraser. And I'm still keen that if colleagues want to speak in Welsh, they should do so, but I would find it helpful, as colleagues would, for a translation in English by the person speaking in Welsh.
Of course.
Translation facilities. So thank you.
Okay.
So, Chris, can I come back to you, because the next outstanding action with a date can be confirmed, the rest with you?
Thank you, Chair. I think Adrian is actually going to pick this up now.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chair. Chair, if we could just give a bit of an update around this. So, as part of the North Wales Research, Innovation and Improvement Hub, BCUHB have been working as a collaborative with social care and wellbeing services to look at innovations as well. And we've undertaken a number of surveys which will eventually be collated together. In BCU, we did have a specific survey of ideas and good practice, and that was sent out to the organisation. The aim was to ensure that we capture the nature of the change, its impact, and crucially, its future potential. So we had a presentation of this learning at an exec management group in September, where we had presentations from all the areas in the health board on their learning. The idea behind that was in order to help share that learning across the organisation, and it was done in conjunction with the planning session to link the two. We're currently looking at how we draw that learning into a single document and are working with the comms team to develop that. As I said, also mentioned, we're working with the Regional Innovation and Improvement Coordination Hub 2, who are also collating information, and they'll report theirs into the RPB. So we're in communication with the comms team about drawing some of that and getting some assistance to draw that into a single document. The presentations were circulated after that EMG meeting for board members' information.
There you were, Adrian, and thanks for that. Mark, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, I did, Chairman. Thank you. Just to build on what Adrian has said there, the emergency preparedness team have led a series of debriefs across the organisation following us getting through the kind of first wave of the pandemic, and the executive team yesterday received a report which reflects the results of all those debrief meetings. There were some positive reflections on the things that had gone well, but also some recommendations as to what we can do better in terms of our emergency preparedness, and that paper is planned to go to the SPPH committee next week as part of their emergency preparedness responsibilities. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. And on Adrian's, or one of Adrian's points, you will have seen my request to ensure that the learning, where necessary, appears in the Q3, Q4 plan.
Yeah.
Which is due to be discussed at a workshop next week and SPPH before that. So can I just be assured that that's going to be the case, and we'll see that in the plan where appropriate?
Yeah, it will. I didn't highlight it particularly, but actually the slides that we had on Tuesday got a couple of slides there where we talked about the examples of good practice that are reflected into Q3 and Q4. It's Consultant Connect, it's Attend Anywhere, it's clinician engagement. There are a few examples that we'll be able to point to, Mark. Yes.
Thank you. Thanks both. Teresa, the next two actions open are with your good self, and they both concern communications with Public Health Wales, I think.
Yes, you're correct. So we did write to Public Health Wales, and we have had responses from Public Health Wales, but we've chased further information. And of course, you'll be aware through the news and other communications that Public Health Wales have had significant investment in their laboratory capacity from Welsh Government, which I think is a really positive move for Wales, I have to say. In terms of some of the specifics, because we were discussing the machine not coming to North Wales and going elsewhere, Public Health Wales have given their rationale. It was never intended, it seems, for North Wales. But at one point it looked as if it was coming our way because another site was not ready for it. Then it got moved back. But of course, with the investment news, we do now have more capacity. I am struggling a little to get a complete and accurate data on the capacity available through the PHW lab. Equally, you'll all be aware we are challenged through other labs at the moment in the UK, and that's a national issue. I don't know, with your permission, Chairman, and I'm not sure if we can have the board's backing for this, I think what we really could do with is a weekly SITREP from Public Health Wales as a colleague NHS organisation of basically what the command capacity is, what's the activity level against that capacity, and then on top of that, and given some issues this weekend, an update on whether there are any issues in the lab with kit so that we are just kept fully informed as a board, and that all key executives are in the loop on that capacity. So I'm just thinking, given that we're very much in a sit-rep world with COVID, situation reports being regularly used, I think that's what we need weekly to support us, given that the movement changes. In addition to that, we are now receiving from Welsh Government information in terms of lab capacity through the Lighthouse route. But of course, that is limited because there's limited amounts at the moment. So good volumes have reduced significantly, sadly, in the last 2 weeks. Hopefully that will gear back up again in the next 2 weeks, which we certainly need with winter ahead. And then hopefully we can provide that perhaps weekly or fortnightly, depending how we receive it, to you as board members, if you found that helpful. And certainly for executive team members and for the COVID lead to have that information at hand. And I also believe that stakeholders would find that information helpful, given that we report to the RCG, the Recovery Coordination Group in North Wales, on our actions. So I've had lots of information on additionality. What I don't have as much information on as I would like, and we're on continual communication, is on the core capacity and therefore on the whole. So that's the action I'd like to take forward, so that we can hopefully put a close to this and for you to be fully cited and for us to be assured we have enough capacity going forward.
So I think everybody would find that helpful, and I would like to say thank you to you to try and to secure the information we need. I've seen, particularly when you're in leave, it came in piecemeal. That is not helpful to anybody, and I know it's a cause of concern to local authority colleagues and particularly some leaders of councils. So I think that would be really helpful, and if you can't secure that, then I'm more than happy to become involved in the conversation with the Chair of Public Health Wales about why that's important.
Thank you, Phil.
The second thing is some of the information you've been sharing with me this week around the incidence rate in terms of COVID is really helpful. As you know better than me, we're restricted about sharing some of that information. I know it's under consideration, but again, I think it would be really helpful to be able to share that information routinely with health board members. And you know, I would ask that in any opportunity that you have by way of communication with Public Health Wales, you impress that upon them for us.
I will do both. I will write a letter and I will copy you in, Chairman, in terms of the lab element, because I think a sit-rep would be the easiest way forward. On the second issue, I agree. There is information on the Public Health Wales website currently, but there is a lag time in terms of that information. So I agree with you. I think we need to be able to share it and have that common conversation. So I'll take that one forward as well.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Okay, unless there are any other questions or concerns about the action table, I intend to close that item. So we now move on to 1.6, and that's the special measures update. Jill.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't intend to go through the whole report, as I anticipate people have read it, but I will tick through the highlights. What I would say at the outset, and you have alluded to it yourself, the actions taken by the Health Board and the achievements secured in responding to the COVID pandemic has actually demonstrated the improved organisational alignment and capability. And can I just add to that, the coming together of our clinicians to demonstrate a cohesive way of working to protect our patients, our staff and our public has been incredible over the last few months. And I would like to tender my thanks to them via this board. We have made positive progress across a number of areas, and we are showing increasing maturity and effectiveness across the long-term clinical services strategy, which has been bolstered by the work that's been undertaken during the response to pathway development during COVID. I'd also like to say that just this week, the board has undertaken a workshop to populate our board assurance framework against our ambitions and our risks to further support our governance. Maternity services and out of hours have both achieved progression and come out of special measures, and new initiatives, including the wider wider harms dashboard being put into place has enhanced our ambitions towards driving quality improvement still further. And I'd like to thank everyone that's been involved in that. We have seen significant changes in leadership, and we do know that we have challenges within the mental health division in terms of strengthening that leadership capacity. And we alluded in the AGM, Teresa, you referred to the strengthening interim leadership that we have put in place, with Ian Wilkie joining us as the interim director of the service, and to support the service, and also Mike Smith, who's joined us as the interim director of nursing. Can I also thank Teresa for taking over the executive responsibility from David Fernley, as David Fernley is leaving us to join pastures elsewhere. And thank you very much, David, for your leadership during the last months. We know too that we've got challenges within finance and performance, but again, the work that we are doing both within our clinical strategy and our improvement strategy give us confidence that we will be able to move forward on these in the coming months. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks. Any questions for anyone?
Yes, Mark, it's Lynn.
Hi, come in then.
Thank you. Jill, thank you for your report. And you've mentioned some great new ways of working since COVID hit us. I'd like some kind of reassurance that where all these new ways of working, especially to do with organisational effectiveness, will actually be tied down, and there'll be no way that we can revert back to previous practices where these are proven to be best practice. And will they also then be used to help us come out of special measures in the relevant areas?
Thank you, Lynn. I'll refer back to the piece of work that Adrian is leading upon in terms of capturing the lessons learned from the period that we've just, well, indeed we are still living through in terms of COVID-19, to ensure that we are capturing those and we're capturing them across the whole of the health board. But I would go further and say, yes, we are. There are some things that we've learned that perhaps we don't want to take forward, and that's equally important. But in terms of the demonstration of the pathway work and the clinical advisory group, that is continuing and will form a key part of our clinical strategy formulation moving forward. In terms of Attend Anywhere and Consultant Connect and some of the other digital pathways that we've introduced, they are now being embedded as part of not just our outpatient ways of working, but equally ensuring that our GPs, primary care colleagues can get access to advice at the right time in order to prevent potentially an unscheduled care admission. So those are being embedded within the organisation. I would say again that the North Wales positions, so that we are ensuring that we're utilising our resources across North Wales, has been really helpful to us across COVID and allowed us to respond in a much more connective way. And again, our clinicians and the clinical advisory group, and I would say that's multidisciplinary. It isn't just about the medical staff. This is about the wider input, is driving forward some of those changes. What we're also asking for is that the things that we are putting in place are being tested, and our plan, who's taken over as the interim executive director of medical director, is chairing a clinical effectiveness group as well that will test the effectiveness of those pathways moving forward.
Thank you. That's really good to hear. Thank you.
Adrian, do you want to come in?
Please, Mark. Thank you. And Jill's mentioned the IT impacts and Consultant Connect and how that's worked really well. I think then just alluding to a couple of others, such as the reduction in number of fractions in radiotherapy, which we introduced really quickly following some new research that had been done and the impact that that's had. introduction of fecal immunochemical testing for symptomatic lower bowel patients with those symptoms, and how the impact that's having on helping to reduce patients going for endoscopy who don't need it. A drive-through service for overnight pulse oximetry. So there are lots of examples, and as Mark said, some of those will be mentioned in the in our Q3, Q4 plans. Another one, actually, because we talked about urology in the AGM earlier, was starting transperineal biopsy in urology under local anaesthetic as well. So I think there are lots of really good examples. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Adrian. Lynn, are you content with that response?
Very content. Thank you very much.
Okay. Jill, it might just be worth mentioning that you afforded me the opportunity to review a letter going to Andrew Goodall in response to your last special measures meeting with him and your team, which I have done. Once it's been dispatched, I think it'd be useful to share with other independent members of the board.
Mark, I'm happy to do that. Just waiting for some comments to team, but I think the bulk of the letter is there, and I'm more than happy to share it with the entire board.
Thank you. Thanks. So that's the special measures item concluded for the moment. Of course, it's subject to active discussion most of the time that we come together. I need to move back to 1.5, which was the minutes of the Board of Trustees held on the 21st of January. Those minutes are for approval. I have an update outside of this meeting in terms of the actions that are listed in those minutes, and I'm content they're being progressed, and the updates will be noted in the minutes of today. Are you happy to approve the minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we move on to items of consent listed at item 2. There are a number of items of consent that, unless anybody has got a view to the contrary, I propose to move on block without discussion. So they are items 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 and 2.4, which is the Welsh Language Services report. And of course, moving on those items on consent relies on the fact that you have all read them, which I'm sure you have. And of course doesn't demean the importance of any of those topics, including and most particularly the Welsh language. So are you happy to move those items on block?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So we now turn to items for discussion, and the first is the annual plan monitoring progress report. Mark.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So colleagues will remember that we approved our Q2 plan in July. We're now delivering on it, monitoring progress against it, which is this report, as well as preparing for the challenging period that we know lies ahead in respect of our Q3 and Q4 plan. The report presents the position at the end of August. There are just 2 points that I want to highlight in areas where we are off track and experiencing challenges. I think the first relates to stroke rehabilitation, where our performance is not as strong as it needs to be. We've been having some discussions about the need to look at rehabilitation services for stroke and progress the concept that we articulated in the business case the Finance and Performance Committee received last autumn around early supported discharge. And that plan and that commitment to move forward certainly features significantly in the Q3 and Q4 plan. So I wanted to highlight that. The other one that I wanted to highlight related to something that I think Teresa touched on in her mental health update earlier on, which relates to some of the challenges around the implementation of the psychological therapies review. We are strengthening our leadership around psychological therapies, but that is also a performance challenge for us, as indicated in this report. So happy to take any questions on any aspect of this. Mark, I'm just conscious that some questions have been notified in advance by board colleagues, so I'm not sure if you would like to pick up those first, but happy to take any questions. Thank you.
So let's pick up those first, and whilst they've been shared in advance, I think it's important for the record, and and the nature of this meeting for them to be articulated here. So John, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I will, Mark. Thank you. Hi, Mark. I've got a couple of questions. One is page 16, with regard to the action AN 17.2. There's a reference to the Digital Communities Initiative. I just wondered if we've got something somewhere that documents what that is. Because if it's gone through SPPH, it might have gone before my time as a member, but it's not come to DIGC. So I wasn't clear in terms of what that initiative was and what was involved.
Okay, thank you. Chris may wish to comment, but I'll kick off. We have received, I've secured some information on this this morning. It relates to digital inclusion and promoting that across North Wales, and is part of the community services transformation work. But I'm happy to secure a briefing and to share that with you, John, perhaps via the DIGC committee. I'm not sure, Chris, if there's anything you would add to that.
It's absolutely that. It's a piece of work that's being done through the RPB Community Transformation Fund, but we can share details because they should have been already.
All right, thanks, Chris. Thanks, Mark. Second question was on page 31 with regard to the Welsh emergency system. There's a comment there in the narrative about recent national data centre issues has caused an uncertainty of timescales. Can you or someone explain why something that's happened with a national data centre is impacting on our local implementation times and costs? Because a national data system should have built-in resilience.
Okay, so the WEDS, so the business case for WEDS is going through our internal review processes, and planning to bring it to the executive team very shortly. That's the first thing to say. The proposed solution relies upon national data centre infrastructure, and on the back of recent failures with that national infrastructure, there have been concerns raised about the proposed solution for WEDS. So those are issues that are currently being being worked through.
Okay, I was under the impression that there may have been notice served to be able to vacate the data centre in Blaenoriaethau, and whether that was part of the impact.
I don't know about that. John, and Dylan is the man for the detail on this, but what I've been advised is that recent data centre challenges have called into question our proposed WEDS solution, and hence that is the connection between the business case and national infrastructure issues.
Okay, so that'll be picked up in a revised version of the business case, I'm assuming then.
If there is a need to vary the proposed solution from the basis upon which we're proceeding, then yes.
All right, thank you.
Cheers, thanks.
That's it, Mark.
Thanks, John. Just on the subject of digital more broadly, so I've asked for a session at our workshop on the 8th of October, which I know John is putting together with Dalan and Arpan around, given what we've seen during COVID in particular, in terms of the benefits that digital has offered us. Where do the priorities lie moving forward? What's the capacity to requirements to go with those priorities, including investment, and how might we best proceed in that regard? So digital more broadly, as I say, will be discussed on the 8th, and that is being worked up, starting with the DIGC committee tomorrow. So Lynn, I know you've got some questions around this item, so do you want to go next?
Yes, please. I'd like first of all to go to page 18, which is AN 19.3. It's to do with acute care, and under the workforce dashboard, it says that this is no longer applicable. Can somebody remind me why that is the case, please?
Certainly, Lynn, I'll pick this up. The reason that the output testers at the end of September is not applicable is because I think it's the phrasing of the objective, so it is utilisation of. We have had the deployment tool in place. We've further developed that over the last months, and we are now using it. We're using it in a slightly different way than was originally envisaged, but it is still being used. So the reason it was NA is because it's an ongoing objective rather than something that will have concluded by the end of September.
Thank you. I understand now. Thank you. Should I ask my next question, because it is a little bit further on?
You should, yeah, go on.
If I go to page 25, which actually gives a narrative to do with planned care, I was a little bit concerned about AM 27.6, which refers to the eye care pathway. And in the narrative, it does mention about it being hopefully up and running from October 20. I'm just a little bit concerned that will the lead-in time be sufficient to make an impact? And can I also assume that this will be a major feature in the Q3, Q4 plan?
Okay, so if I can pick that up, then yes, absolutely, this does feature in our Q3, Q4 plan, and we'll get the opportunity to see that when we review it next week. Some aspects of the eye care pathway improvement work that we're currently working on do have an associated resource ask. So that has been one of the factors that has hindered the progress that we might otherwise have been able to make in the current year. But they will feature in our Q3 and Q4 plan. Yes.
And I assume in Q3, Q4 plan there will be means of communicating with all our patients that are on the lists.
I'm not quite sure I fully understand.
Well, if you haven't had the care, or you've been expecting the care in Q1, Q2.
Yeah. So what are we doing on that? Yeah, I'm not exactly sure about that, Lynn, to be honest. I'll perhaps invite other colleagues that might comment on that. I'm not sure about how we communicate with staff, with patients, sorry, who are on our waiting lists, or to what extent we do in eye care.
I think my question more is, can I have an assurance that it will be in Q3, Q4 plan?
Yes, it will be.
And we are continuing to communicate. And I'm sorry, just to support what Mark has said, in terms of communication to patients during the COVID pandemic and the impact that may have had on planned care, including eye care, there has been a piece of work to improve that and ensure that we are communicated. But that, again, that is ongoing, Lynn, and it definitely will be part of our Q3, Q4 plan.
For all areas. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Medwin?
Thank you, Chair. It's a question on page 19 and on page 23 regarding the same subject, AN 20.1, about virtual sort of appointments and consultations. Note that the A20.1 is amber. However, dealing with the same sort of subject, we have A25.1 green. Why aren't they aligned, and why aren't they in sync?
Okay, so I'll kick off and I'll talk a little bit about the subject. Sorry, Medwin, the first reference was outpatient transformation project, wasn't it? Okay, so the action talks about delivering virtual appointments where necessary and where possible, and only face to face where absolutely necessary. There are two digital components that we've drawn upon heavily during the course of the pandemic. The first is a system called Attend Anywhere, and that supports virtual appointments. And the second one is a system called Consultant Connect. These are proprietary products that do this. There are a range of other products that have got similar functionality. These are just the ones that we are using. Consultant Connect allows primary care clinicians to speak to secondary care clinicians and receive advice, thus potentially avoiding the need for a referral to secondary care. So that's the space that we're in. Both those two products at the moment are being rolled out across the health board. They are. We have licenses to use those for 2021 only, and we've got to do some work to evaluate them locally and then to secure sources of funding if we are to continue to use those going forward into 21-22. So I think that is why that rating is. In respect to the difference between that one and 25.1, I would need to go away and have a look at what the detail of the action is, Medwin. So let me just check up on the detail of the action. But that's where we are more broadly on our proposals to support digital communication.
Okay, thank you.
If I may add to that, Chair.
You may go on, Jill.
So the other reason why this is amber is because we are clear that it hasn't been rolled out everywhere to the levels that we would expect. So we have prioritised areas. We have aligned that with the outpatient transformation project, which was supported yesterday at executive as well in terms of taking this forward. We are cognizant that there's members of our public for which this isn't an option, and face-to-face is more appropriate. So we are very mindful of that.
Medwin, are you content with that response?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, but are there any other questions from colleagues that I don't see notified? Okay, I've got a couple of observations. The first is to Chris. Chris, there's obviously a lot in here around primary care, but during the course of my visits to the West in particular, but prior to that, the Centre and East, what became particularly evident to me was the reliance that exists around the integrated care fund to support primary care initiatives and in our community hospitals, and the short-term nature of that, which led me to have a conversation with Jill, and Sue Hill was party to it in another conversation around it is now the time through your transformation work to determine where investment priorities sit. And how we might remodel some of our investment profile to interact, affect the pathways that we have into the acute sites earlier. I know that's been subject to ongoing consideration, but the point was well landed by your colleagues with me when on the visits. The second thing was whether there was any scope, and I think Sue Hill was going to consider this, to set up some sort of incentivization fund to enable particularly primary and community colleagues to bid for some funds held centrally to support the work that they want to do. So there were two examples that I would just briefly mention. One was support to the MIU at Brimberrell, and the fact that it has no admin support, so the one person on duty at any time providing cover 10 to 10 is relied upon to do everything in terms of patient notes and so on and so forth. The second was the head of nursing at Athwen, Louise, talking about the fact that she would really like to establish an unscheduled care hub locally. Of course, they've got some staff there doing that at the moment, but she thinks there's real scope to improve upon that. But of course, it doesn't have the flexibility in terms of funding to do that. And she's heavily reliant on secondments into her department based on ICF funding through to March of next year. So I wonder whether now is the time to call that out in both those respects, and I'd welcome your view and Jill's view on that.
Okay, so on the first point of the ICF funding, we had also concluded that whilst working through the transformation agenda, which we've referred to already, and which we do with our partners. So work is already commenced in looking at how we rationalise that and how we properly mainstream aspects of that work and use ICF funding then for the proper pump priming purposes that it would have a greater impact for. In terms of the second point, hadn't really thought about any additional incentivisation funds other than the ones that are already there, for example, from cluster funding. But as you mentioned, both of those examples, neither of those would fit comfortably within the current cluster fund criteria. So I'll go away with the area teams and give that a little bit of thought.
Chair, if I may add to that.
You can. Yeah.
So we have had conversation with the executive team about those projects coming through, particularly the ICF funding, and again which ones we may wish to mainstream. So I think our exec team are looking to discuss that in the coming weeks. I think the other point about the innovation fund, for want of a better term, I think we again have discussed that as an executive team for the whole of the health board and what we can invest in to ensure that we are maximising our resources. Having registered nurses undertaking admin roles is clearly far from ideal, and we need to focus them in the direction where they can have the most impact. Similarly, supporting them with digital enablement so that they don't have to come back and transcribe, for example, is one of the areas that we would wish to focus on in the coming months.
Okay, thanks both. And I think that piece of work will and further consideration will be timely, as I say. I just want to note, first of all, that as I said earlier on, urology is an area of concern to me and the board. I've received the position statement, which I know you've seen, Jill, too. And I've got a meeting with the interim deputy director of secondary care the week after next on that particular topic. But I think, Jill, it'd be worth us discussing it before I do, or for you to join the meeting.
I'd be happy to join the meeting, Chair.
Okay, thanks. So that'll be arranged. Chris, the other thing I wanted to mention about primary care was that the community response teams are clearly finding it difficult, unsurprisingly, with the fact that there's quite a lot of remote working going on, particularly with social services departments, understandably, because people have been encouraged to work from home. I know you all know that, but that never helps, does it, in terms of people being in different places rather than in an office together? But they seem to be working around it, albeit, of course, it is a concern, and I'm sure it is a concern for our social services colleagues too.
Yeah, absolutely. We touched earlier about the work where John asked questions. I referred to the fact that it's a piece of work coming through the community transformation funding, which has moved this agenda some way forward. I'd also have to say that actually some of the tools that we're using for patients in terms of remote working have also proven to be very useful in terms of how we help to keep our teams working in that way too. The last point I'd make is that some of the issues that we have just relate to some of the governance and firewall type issues that exist between different organisations, all working from the same place. Simple things like I can't manage to print because the printer belongs to the local authority and my computer won't connect to it, and those sorts of things, of which we've also made significant progress over the course of the last few months, which has been an area of great frustration to everybody. So I do think it's moving forward, although we're still not quite at the place that we would all like to be.
Thanks, Chris. And then finally from me, bottom of page 17, Jill, there's the reference to the implementation of recommendations from the psychological therapies review. I know that has by Lucy with executive colleagues, but can we just confirm that that is being treated as a priority?
Yes, we can, Chair, and I know that Teresa, as the lead exec for mental health, and Lucy are planning to meet with that team as soon as they possibly can. Acknowledging that there is leave, Teresa's just returned from leave and Lucy has gone on leave, so there may be a slight delay, but plans are in place to ensure that that meeting takes place.
Okay, thank you. So Mark, I think that concludes this item, unless there's anything else you wanted to say yourself.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Are you on mute, Mark?
Yeah, I am. It was messing me around. Okay, I'm back. So we now move off of that item and we move, Mark, on to the quality and performance report.
Okay, thank you. So just in terms of presenting this report, I suppose it's fair to say and to acknowledge that we are still labouring under significant operational challenges as a health board. We are responding to outbreaks in Wrexham and YGC and across our communities. We're maintaining an agile response to prepare for a second wave, including consideration of how we use our significant additional capacity in the form of the temporary hospitals. And we're also administering wholly new services that we weren't even delivering as recently as May, and that's in the form of TTP. Perhaps in recognition of that context, Welsh Government are not performance managing us in the usual way, and I do not think they will be re-establishing customary performance management approaches for the rest of 2020/21. Therefore, this report presents our usual presents our performance, but without the usual comparisons, whether that's against the plan or in terms of how we are performing against other health boards in Wales. So around unscheduled care, I think it's worth saying that we're actually seeing a strong performance against the traditional target measures that we've used to measure the efficiency and flow through our emergency departments. We're undoubtedly being assisted by attendances at our emergency departments, which are still below the level that we were seeing in the same period last year. So that is undoubtedly assisting us. Whilst ED attendances remain relatively subdued, non-elective admissions are high, and we're seeing particular pressures at YGC, including with significant ambulance handover delays. So we're actively looking at that as an executive team, and it's something that Gavin has been working on and has got some specific work underway to address next week. If I just turn to planned care, referrals are generally back up to the levels that we were seeing pre-pandemic. As I think we're all aware, waiting times are increasing pretty much across the board around all the planned care specialties. I think this very much supports the risk stratification approach that I talked about in one of my earlier answers in the AGM's part of today's meetings. We are looking, as is every health board, to move away from a kind of a focus on time waiting to target our limited capacity on those who are at risk of coming to greatest harm. So I think that's a really important approach. It needs to be clinically led. We've done that for a number of our high risk specialties, and we're developing the information systems and the capability to report on that, but also to manage our waiting list in that new and slightly different way. And I think the honest position is that we are likely to be recovering the backlog for a number of years, and that there isn't any quick fix here for us in North Wales particularly. But I think that is also true for the whole of Wales and indeed the whole of the UK. I think around diagnostics, we've seen a strong performance in some areas, and I'd highlight cancer services. But in terms of diagnostic weights, particularly around radiology, significant issues and large, big numbers of additional people waiting for radiology longer than the 8 weeks standard. We discussed that at executive team yesterday. I think in part this is about resources, and this touches on the discussions that Jill referred to in terms of the discussions with Welsh Government about the possibility of receiving additional funding. That is one part of it, but I think it's also about the opportunities to transform and to improve our services, and particularly around radiology, to potentially seek to permanently recruit, because this is not entirely a backlog issue as much as it is an issue of a sustainable, recurrent gap between demand and capacity. And I think for that we need to move away from kind of non-recurrent solutions towards more kind of permanent permanent approaches. So I think those are the points I wanted to highlight, but I'm happy to take questions on any aspect of the report. So I will just highlight workforce sickness absence, because I think quite a strong performance at 4.6%. That is a non-COVID related absence. I think the latest position I saw for COVID related absence indicated it was about 2% on top of that. But I think a strong performance on sickness absence, and that reflects where the Health Board has been for a number of for quite some time now. Happy to take any questions, Mark. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So first of all, Lynn.
On your point of sickness, and maybe this is a question for Sue, I note that we're down to 0.5% of COVID-related sickness. Is that what we expect, and how does that compare to other organisations? And my second part of the question is, of those people who are shielding, could you just give me an outline of how we're protecting them and what we're doing to assist? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, certainly. So just to highlight, the numbers in the report relate to the month only. That said, the year to date and the rolling 12-month figure still we're still doing well as an organisation in relative terms across NHS Wales. I mean, I think I've said this at every meeting. Whilst we're doing well, I think it's still too high a figure in terms of the numbers of our workforce who are absent due to sickness, and it's something that we need to continue to focus on in terms of how we keep them safe, how we keep them as healthy as possible, and then how we support them when they are poorly. COVID related absence, it is where we would expect, and I think in part when even when the messages were going out around return to work, return to the workplace, etc., we as a health board have been very clear that actually we prefer people to, wherever they can, work remotely, to limit their contact, to make sure that we were keeping them safe. So my feeling is that has had a contributive factor. I think one of the things that we need to do, and we were starting to do this over the summer months when we thought there may not be as many cases, but as cases have started to increase again, both across the world and in Wales, that piece of work in really focusing on how do we learn from this and what can we see from it has been a bit delayed. But it's something we're working closely with our staff, with our managers and our trade union partners on. In terms of staff who were identified as significantly high risk, so on the shielding list, we've been really careful with this group, as well as other vulnerable groups, in making absolutely sure we take a risk-based approach. So every member of staff who had been identified as a shielder, I wrote to them. So a letter was sent in my name, being very clear as to the options for them, but also being very clear that if they wished to return to work, if their role required them to return to work for all or part of their duties, there must be a risk assessment in place. That wasn't just a risk assessment that was done with the individual before their first day back, but was also something that was dynamically assessed given cases in the locality, cases in the workplace. So that's something that we've put in place. We also required managers across the organisation to record that they'd undertaken the risk assessment so that we could make sure they were being done before people were being returned to work. I have to say, it's a large organisation. We've got a lot of people to communicate to, and sometimes that message doesn't come through. We've had a really helpful approach with our trade union colleagues throughout the pandemic, where we have almost real-time communication, and they've been fabulous in flagging to us where that message might not have gone through, and where we've needed to have a conversation with managers or with local teams around what they needed to do, and actually requiring somebody to come back into the workplace might not be sensible. One of the things I want to have, I'm going to plug, is in giving that message around wherever possible people need to work remotely, we also recognise that even when people's roles enable them to work from home, they may not be able to work from home for a number of reasons. You know, some of those are around equipment, some of them are around environment, some of those are around safety, unfortunately. So one of the things that we've been doing and working on, and we continue to work on, is how do we really put in place an environment that enables people who can work remotely to work remotely out with their home setting. So looking at things like remote working hubs, also recognizing that it can be quite isolating. And as somebody who needed to be isolated for a period of time, you know, that both the psychological but also the team and the relationship impact of that can't be underestimated. So trying to work on how can we put both remote working hubs in that are safe and we maintain them as safe, but also kind of touch-based hubs where teams can come together in a COVID-safe environment on a planned basis and to kind of reconnect with colleagues. It is really interesting, isn't it, when we think about the world that we are all in now. We kind of see the head and shoulders of people on a regular basis, but actually connecting on a human level is a little bit more difficult. So sorry for the plug, but I think it's a really important message to get out, that we recognise it's hard, but we're supporting people to do it.
No, I'm actually glad, Sue, that you've expanded the way you have, and I think it shows that we are doing our utmost best. So diolch yn fawr iawn, Sue.
So I'm not aware of any other questions from colleagues. If there are, does anybody want to shout out now before I turn to mine? Okay, I've got some questions. So the first mark is in the bottom of page 4, and I don't know who's best to answer this. So it refers to the fact that phlebotomy compliance remains challenged and additional staff and space is being sourced to address this area. I would welcome knowing what the timescales are likely to be for that, and if not, reported outside, please.
So I can confirm that we are using the temporary hospitals to provide phlebotomy services. So I'm not aware that there are any physical constraints now, but I'll perhaps ask Adrian to comment on that if you've got anything else to add. If not, I'll pick it up and get back to you, Mark.
Absolutely, Mark and Chair. So I think you're right, Mark. We are looking at using the field hospitals to provide some additional capacity. One of the difficulties that we've had is that all clinics are running at about 60% of pre-COVID activity due to social distancing and other prevention measures. And you know, 5 clinics remain closed due to space constraints, preventing multiple chairs in clinic rooms. So we are working hard on that. Sorry. Okay. So we have increased accommodation in Central, and wait times in Central had fallen, I think, from 5 weeks down to 1 week, with continued improvement expected. The main issue now is for us in the East and using some of the field hospital accommodation to take that forwards, recognising that is temporary. Obviously, we're having increases in outpatient department activity as well, and we need to address how we take that forwards, just because, you know, when patients come for their outpatient appointment, they often go straight to phlebotomy if that's needed, and you know, we need to address social distancing and make sure that we're compliant with COVID rules around that. So it is being worked on. We are working with colleagues in the community to try and find additional space. I don't know. I know Deborah had a report at USG, and Chris may have information as well, but I know colleagues, as I say, in primary care are working closely with the phlebotomy team. We're looking at using some apps as well for booking.
Okay, thanks, Adrian. Second area for me, perhaps to Jill, is in terms of unscheduled care. So, as you say, Mark, it's good news that 4-hour performance is better than it was last year, notwithstanding the challenges we face. But I think there have been some deterioration around ambulance handover. Jim, I think you called a meeting in that regard. So do you or a colleague want to comment on that?
If I may, Chair, yes, I'm happy to do so. We have met with the teams involved in the deterioration in ambulance handovers, and can I just say at the outset, there are two key things for this. While we're holding ambulances, we're acutely aware that there are people awaiting them in the community. So this really is something that we are very keen to resolve. Met with the teams, the senior teams earlier this week with colleagues from the executive team to ensure that the make safe, so if you like, the immediate actions have been put in place to improve our performance here. But we have also asked that the monitoring of the plan is put in place, and we've got a subsequent meeting with the team next week to ensure that that they are beginning to be embedded. I would also say that we're asking the team whatever support that they need from ourselves, that they request it, so that we can ensure that our patients and staff are supported to get this resolved.
Thanks, Jill. And then in terms of what I've already mentioned earlier on, the update on plan care next week at Finance Performance Committee. Just picking up on this report, Jill, as you'll know and colleagues will know, it'd be particularly helpful, and I've asked for an update on radiology and endoscopy, given the trajectory re radiology, but also now endoscopy.
So I don't know whether Adrian wants to come in at any point, but in terms of the endoscopy, we are seeing significant improvements in our endoscopy performance as that begins to pick up. We are doing a number of different initiatives to try and support radiology, and as I alluded to earlier, that does include things like portable CT scanners to be able to support that, and exploring other opportunities that may be available to us. But I know, Adrian, you're quite close to this, so I don't know whether you want to add.
Absolutely, Jill. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for asking. So I think, as we've noted, as you said, Mark, in previous meetings, the impact on diagnostics has been, as well, COVID's had a great impact, and we did cover it, I guess, in the cancer section of the report to a certain extent, but it applies equally to routine referrals and elective. So there are plans to increase capacity using an insourcing company within radiology that we've used before, and we've been using them to help with that. As Jill mentioned, we've got a CT, an additional CT at the moment in Bangor, described as a CT in a box, which came from Department of Health, and we're utilising that. We're looking at additional MRI capacity. There's been a big impact in MRI capacity, or on MRI capacity across North Wales. And we're looking at how we take that forward. And as Mark alluded to before, that will be part of the discussions that we have with colleagues from Welsh Government going forwards. For endoscopy, we were out looking at procuring insourcing for additional endoscopy capacity at the weekend. We procured this in the past, and we were looking at how we would purchase that off the framework. So we're doing that. Also, we are in conversation with the National Endoscopy Board, and they are doing work on essential services, as is the Imaging Essential Services subgroup. They are looking at that for imaging, and they're looking at national retaining of CT and MRI scanners. Another area that we've talked about is the establishment of a diagnostic and treatment centre that would fit well with the use of mobile scanners, which we're seeking to get, because obviously they could be moved around. In addition, they could be moved from COVID red sites, if sites did go red, to green sites, maybe at community hospitals or wherever they may need to be, which I think would increase patient confidence in coming for appointments as well. I think that would be really valuable. So we are looking at lots of avenues to address this. Radiology, in addition, are risk stratifying the patient waiting lists according to the Royal College of Radiologists guidelines to see how, and that will align with patients coming for scans. I think I mentioned earlier we've introduced fecal immunochemical testing, fit testing for patients being referred for colonoscopy in primary care as well now, so that we can help to screen those and make sure that the most appropriate patients get their colonoscopy.
Thanks, Adrian. I think we've just got to be aware of the fact that in terms of the Diagnostics and Treatment Centre, there is scope for us to be ambitious and lead the way. I know that's on Bjord's radar. Yeah, there'll come a point where we should not seek approval. We should get on and do it as a board and deal with the consequences in terms of investment later, given some of the challenges we face. So I would just implore us to go at this at speed if we can, and deal with the consequences as we move forward, rather than waiting to conclude any negotiations outside of.
So if I may, Chairman, precisely the conversation we had at exec team yesterday to ensure that we are ready to take up these opportunities. And as you know, we are progressing conversations with Welsh Government. So with the support of the board, which we welcome, we are very keen to take up any opportunities as quickly as possible, because we know that there is, if I may use the terminology, a queue for these resources, and we want to be at the front of it for the benefit of everybody.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the support.
Okay, thanks for the work that's going on. So I'm going to come off of the quality and performance report in the absence of any other questions being notified, and we're going to move on to 3.3, which is the finance report. Sue, I suggest, as we did at Finance and Performance Committee, where both these reports have been already, that we focus on the month 4 report.
Of course, thanks, Mark. So if you don't mind, I'll take the paper as read, but I would just like to highlight the following points, which mainly relate to the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the Health Board's financial performance. And this will cover the year-to-date performance and current forecast to the end of the year. So just to set the context, the plan for 2021 was a deficit of 40 million, which equates to 2.6% of our resource allocation, which is based on the delivery of a savings programme for 45 million. The month 4 position is of a deficit of 3.3 million in month 4, which is in line with the plan, a year-to-date deficit of 13.3 million, and we are forecasting to achieve our plan, which is a 40 million deficit. This includes COVID-19 costs of 9.2 million in month and 52.6 million year to date. And I'll talk about this in a bit of detail in a minute. Within those costs, we have COVID-19 expenditure of 7 million in month, 46.9 million year to date. And we have other items that we are covering under COVID-19, which is lost income, which is 1.6 million in month and 5.4 million year to date, and the non-delivery of savings of 2.7 million in month and 12 million year to date. There are some items that are offset against this expenditure, which means that the net impact is less. And the biggest of these is the elective underspend because of the measures we've had to take around COVID-19, and that is 2.6 million benefit in month and 10 million year to date. Within that month 4 position, we have Welsh Government funding of 6.8 million in month, 50.2 million year to date, and 124.6 million for the full year. And this is split in 2 ways: confirmed money, which has already been allocated through Welsh Government funding, is 17.5 million year to date and 45 million for the full year. And that means that we are assuming income of 32.7 million in the year to date position, 79.6 million in the forecast, over and above that which has been confirmed by Welsh Government. In terms of savings delivery, we set a challenging target this year of 45 million, and that was based on work that the recovery programme had done last year and the improvement groups had done. And the idea was that this would give us some money this year that we could invest in services. But obviously, the pandemic has had a significant impact on everything that we do in health. And one of those areas that is suffering is the savings programme. So at month 4, we have only delivered 3 million to date. 1.2 million of that was in month. And our forecast delivery for the year is 14.2 million, which is 30.8 million short of that target. And that is obviously part of the assumed funding from Welsh Government. I'll talk a little bit about the COVID-19 expenditure now. So the actual expenditure is 46.9 million year to date, of which about 26 million relates to the temporary hospitals. And of that 26 million, 23.6 million of it relates to the commissioning of those hospitals. So this is an incredible piece of work. It was mobilised very quickly, and we have some fantastic facilities now across North Wales, which is a really fantastic achievement. Are mainly pay and non-pay, and the lost income that I'd already talked about, as well as the non-delivery of savings. Just in terms of the more standard pieces of information, the cash at end of July was 3.1 million. 2.5 million of that was allocated for capital schemes, and because of the COVID-19 impact on the financial year, we are currently forecasting a shortfall of cash of 38.7 million for 31st of March next year. Some of that we can manage within the Health Board, but we are probably going to need to ask Welsh Government to about 32.7 million of that. In terms of capital, our capital resource limit for the year is 23.9 million, and to date we have incurred about 5.4 million of cost, and that is in line with the plan. And then in terms of our target of paying 95% of non-NHS invoices within 28 days, we have achieved that at month 4. In terms of financial risks, the obvious and most significant risk is the assumption of COVID-19 funding, which is 79.6 million for the full year and 32.7 million on a year-to-date basis. And we've also got some risks around the Welsh Risk Pool, which is about the clinical claims that we have across the Health Board, and obviously the savings delivery. In relation to the assumption of funding from Welsh Government, I anticipate that we will be notified of the Health Board's allocation for the additional 800 million of COVID-19 sustainability funding from Welsh Government imminently, because my expectation is that it will be shared when we get the planning guidance for Q3 and Q4 plans. I'll leave it there, Chair, and then I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, Sue. John, you want to go first?
Thanks, Mark. Main question was around the COVID costs, as to whether the costs we've incurred are comparable with other health boards, particularly where we've got an impact on delivery of savings.
Thanks, John. Yes, it's broadly similar. I think if I looked at the last time I looked at the other health boards finance reports, they were in a similar position. Obviously ours is a bigger number because we had a bigger savings target, but in terms of proportion it is broadly similar. I think the expectation now is that we do some work around recovering savings programme, and that's why we have a paper going to the extraordinary F&B committee next week. Okay, and I had a second question, which was on the last bit of what you were saying around this sustainability fund, or whatever it's called, from Welsh Government. The implication from what you said is that it's not going to be divided up on the basis of the same allocation process that funding comes to us as a health board along with other health boards. Does that mean we might not get an appropriate share of that funding, or is the formula something else? No, I think we will get our fair share of the allocation. I think the only thing that we need to take into account is that the shared service organisations obviously done a lot of pan-Wales procurement as part of the COVID-19 pandemic response. And that means that they have got a much, they've incurred a lot of expenditure that is sitting within that organisation, but actually relates to all the health boards. So that is going to have to be managed as part of the allocation of the monies. But I expect that we will get the amount that's applicable to our share in the same way that we did in the resource, the standard resource allocation each year. Okay. Sorry, there's a final follow-up because you mentioned shared services in this. Is there going to be appropriate review in terms of whether their spending has been appropriate in terms of what they spent on a
Wales-wide basis?
Thanks, John. So internal audit and the Wales Audit Office have done a lot of work. They've been working in collaboration, looking at the financial governance around COVID-19 expenditure. There have been a number of summary reports produced, but I think it's fair to say that everything appears to have been in order. There has obviously been a cost pressure, particularly around PPE, because we just had this unprecedented demand, and therefore obviously the prices rose, and we didn't have much many opportunities to do something different. So there is undoubtedly a price hike across a number of standard supplies that you wouldn't have expected to see had we not been in a COVID-19 pandemic, and things that you wouldn't expect to have had such a great demand for, and has just affected price. So I think we've done what we could, and I think the Welsh Government and the shared service, in terms of what they've done to procure PPE for Wales, has been very good.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Thanks, John. So I think it's worth mentioning that you introduced the financial governance cell to particularly look at the management of finance during COVID over the last few months. Secondly, you referred to one of the audits carried out nationally, and I agree with you. I think it reads as well as we might expect nationally and locally. But there's also been a review around the expenditure in respect to the field hospitals by KPMG. I don't know if you want to mention that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So Welsh Government had commissioned an external review of the temporary hospital commissioning. I think they looked at Cardiff and Vale, and then they came to Betsy. There's a very detailed report. It covered all aspects, as you'd expect: contracts, financial governance, and decision making. It's a very helpful report. It's very constructive, and it's given us a number of opportunities to just review our internal processes and make sure that we improve them going forward. But it is not critical of the Health Board, and it does. It absolutely supports the incredible achievement of managing to commission those 3 hospitals in a short space of time.
Thanks, Sue. So no further questions notified, so I intend to move on to 3.4, which is the committee chair's assurance report. And I think it's worth us spending a little bit of time here in terms of the breadth of work that's been carried out and any issues the individual chairs want to highlight in terms of that breadth of work and the governance work that's going on. So can I start with you, Medwyn, in terms of the assurance report? In terms of the first item, which is around the YGC extraordinary meeting.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Can I just echo your comments and Sue's comments regarding governance in COVID? There was a governance paper about our governance system within COVID, and it was a positive paper. And the financial cell that you mentioned earlier on, and the forming of the cabinet was seen as a way forward for the NHS in Wales. That was one of the recommendations of the paper. Mi gynhalwyd pwyllgor archwilio ar yr Wythfederigion o Orffennaf cyfarfod anghyffredin I drafod yr gymryddiadau adroddiad yr archwiliad cyffredinol I ailwampio ysbyty Glan Clwyd. On the 28th of July, there was an extraordinary meeting. It's worth noting that it was an extraordinary meeting to discuss the findings of the Auditor General's report regarding the refurbishment of the ysbyty Glan Clwyd. And the committee received the report from the Auditor General from Wales Audit. And the report set out some key steps taken by the Health Board and the Welsh Government to reduce the risks of similar issues occurring with future NHS construction projects coming online. So there have been lessons learned that it was a historical piece of work, and things have now been put in place to answer some of those issues that occurred during that initial development process. Other than that, there's nothing else to report from my reports regarding that meeting.
Thanks, Medwin. Anybody want to comment or ask any questions of Medwin? No? Okay, so we move on to the QSC report. I'm conscious of the fact that Lucy's on leave, but others on this meeting call will have been present. So a couple of things I just want to note before I ask others to comment if they wish. So the first is that the committee received a briefing on a review being undertaken on the Holden report to go back through the original recommendations and triangulate with the HASCAS and Optimum recommendations. The outcome of the review will be reported to a future QSC committee. A timeline isn't recorded there. No doubt a timeline would have been discussed. Can someone help me with what timeline is being worked to? Lynn, I don't know if you can recall.
I need to go back and check, sorry.
Okay, so Jill, or can any of the executive help with that, please?
So we did not commit to a precise timeline at the meeting. What we did say is it would be as soon as possible. We were hoping to get it back for the next meeting, but given some of the work that we've been doing on the broader mental health portfolio, and I really do want to meet with some of the stakeholders around HASCAS, it's likely that it will be the following. We will be giving an update on mental health and those broader issues. I just want to reiterate, if I may, Chair, this is not a review of the Holden report. It's ensuring that we have embedded and cross-referenced all recommendations and are aligning those across the varying reports that have taken place within mental health.
All right, can we have an action, Jill, for us to be notified of what the timeline is, please? If I can, just going back to next QSC.
I'll take that out and consider it. We're particularly with Teresa now moving forward, and yes, I'm happy to take that action.
Okay, and the second matter I wanted to highlight is 2 paragraphs down after that one, and that's the committee received an update on the commission of an external review into the vascular service and the progress of the task and finish group, the need to improve governance processes and wider benefits realisation. For any service change was agreed. David, could you give the board an update around that external review and its commissioning?
Certainly, thank you, Chair. So we have been in touch with the Royal College of Surgeons after agreeing the terms of reference with the CHC members of the Task and Finish Group and the QSE committee. So there's agreement of the scope of the review. The lead-in time was suggested that it would take about 10 weeks, and the review itself will probably take place over a couple of days. So we will be submitting the request to the college. We expect it will start in the next couple of months, and then we should get a report then, I'd suspect, early in the new year. So the scope's been agreed, the college are engaged, we've got a potential timeline. COVID, of course, has probably delayed the speed of the start of the review, but it's underway. And we'll be reporting back to QSE and then to the board.
Okay, thanks, David. Does anybody else have comment or questions around the QSE update? That one or the following one, which I won't dwell on given it was the preceding meeting? No?
So, sorry, Chair, if I may, and given that we have been discussing mental health and will be further on in the agenda, I think it is worth noting that a report was taken to QSE from the new interim Director of Nursing in terms of work priorities moving forward and observations on the service and how we take it forward.
Okay, we move on to
Mark, sorry, Chair, it's Adrian.
Yeah.
So the organ and tissue donation report went to that meeting for 1920, and that's obviously available. But could I also just mention the work that's been done by teams who support organ and tissue donation even during COVID? I think it's worthy of note that they have continued with that work, and if we think about the areas that they're working in being sort of EDs and ICUs, just to recognise that and the whole team effort that's been put into that, please, and to say thank you to them.
So that is worthy of note. Thanks for drawing it to our attention.
Thank you.
Adrian, and I can say on behalf of the board, but we are very appreciative of what they've done and continue to do, and we'll note that in a minute.
Thank you.
So the next minutes were the F&P minutes. Looking at the minutes, we've covered every item in there in terms of finance and essential services and plan care, and they're being followed up, if you heard. Are there any questions from me around that set of, sorry, not minutes, assurance report from me? No, same applies, I think, for the previous set of notes in terms of the 16th of July meeting. So we move on to SPPH. Lynn.
Thank you very much, Chair. You'll notice that when you look at the summary of business, what a huge, wide-ranging areas that we are discussing. At the beginning of COVID, SPP&H was stood down, and I'd like to just kind of reassure everybody that we're back on form and we're back into taking on all these issues with a proper discussion and the proper scrutiny. At the meeting, the main agenda items covered the transformation fund. So we had the three areas of mental health, learning disability and community services. And what was really kind of heartwarming was for these three reports to identify all the challenges that did happen and how these challenges could have escalated by not being able to carry on the work. But each area found innovative ways of making sure that these programs continued and they all delivered some amazing results. So if I just move on a little bit, and the key assurances, we discussed the role of the university and how we needed to involve them in the research development, and how we also needed to ensure that with our triennial review, we were prepared to make sure that we warranted and deserved the university status. The Welsh language report was presented, which is being presented later on to this committee. And I'd just like to really plug that come week beginning the 12th of October, it will be a virtual Welsh week, and we all need to participate. And let's hope it'll be a success just in this other forms. What we then kind of realised was that our agenda for the next meeting, which covered vaccinations, which covered care homes, which covered COVID and covered winter surge, these are all interrelated, and one cannot be viewed or operated or implemented in isolation of the others. So at our next meeting next week, we will be having the 4 groups together, and we will be discussing these plans as one. So thank you very much, and if there's any questions, I'll take them. Thank you.
Any questions?
Can I just make sure, did I give the right date for the Welsh week?
I think you said week commencing the 12th.
It is, Lynn. If I may come in, Chairman, and Lynn, thank you so much for the plug. We're having our first virtual Welsh week, Wythnos y Gymraeg. We're focusing on the standards, translation, and all the lessons that are available via our tutor. So thank you for plugging. We need to keep it on the agenda. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. So we move on to the LPF, which has been circulated in terms of the assurance report. Sue.
So if I do give a brief update, and I don't know whether Jackie might want to add anything. I mean, you can see that this is the 7th of July, so some time ago, I would want to assure the board and our workforce that we have been in continual and constant liaison, working very closely with our trade union partners throughout the period since the 7th of July. We have another meeting of LPF in a couple of weeks' time, and we're really focused on making sure that we keep the agenda tight in terms of those things that we really do need to be focusing on, so that we can do them justice. Clearly, the meeting on the 7th of July was very COVID-19 focused, but also very much, and I suppose one of the things I would want to draw out, because I've already drawn out the safe and agile working, is really the input and the engagement of our trade union colleagues in making sure that we don't set out to do too many things, recognising that actually we need to balance delivery of our services, improvement of our services, and actually responding on a day-to-day basis to the emerging track of the virus. At this point in July, we were hopeful that we would be in a slightly different place in the autumn. We are in a slightly different place whilst the virus continues. We are much better prepared, and we have a number of things in place, definitely from our workforce point of view, and from our partnership working point of view, a number of things in place to make sure that we've learnt from and improved on the response to the pandemic. As it was so COVID specific, I don't think I'm going to add anything more, but I know that Jackie wants to come in and add a view.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you. I was just going to add that trade unions have asked me to pass on their thanks particularly to the executive team for their should I say cooperation in making sure that we were able to work in partnership in an exemplary way. We've met with either execs or senior officers of the health board either every week or every fortnight in terms of workforce. We've had constant communication using the WhatsApp, and we've also, can I just add in terms of health and safety, because we've not mentioned it today, we've had the same response from the health and safety team with a weekly meeting with them as well. And we've been, as mentioned earlier, Lynn's question around shielding staff, we've been working very closely in making sure all our staff can get back to work safely. So our thanks to the team for making sure that we've been able to work in partnership throughout the whole of the latest thing. And just to reassure that we are now progressing into moving into more normal work and have re-established things like the workforce partnership group, and the policies working group will meet for the first time at the end tomorrow, in fact. And hopefully we can move forward in the same way as we have done. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. So we have the comfort break listed now, but I'm conscious of the fact that we had the last one at 11:30, and I and Jill have got to leave at 2:50 to join a meeting with national colleagues and then the minister. So I would prefer, if it's okay, to press on and then allow Medwin, when he takes over, to introduce a break when I leave at 1:50, if we're not finished by then. Is that okay?
It's fine by me, Mark.
Okay, so with that agreed, can we move on to the update on the Mental Health and Learning Disabilities Division? And I think David and Fraser are picking this up.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cadeirydd. Fi sy'n dechrau beth bynnag. Ac eisiau deud diolch yn gyntaf am y cyfle i weithio hefo'r tîm. Mae'r tîm wedi bod yn arbennig. So thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to present today. And I want to start by saying thank you to the team who've made me very welcome as the new exec, as David kindly handed over the work to myself. And I need to also say thank you to David for steering the mental health and learning disabilities in the division so well over recent months. And I know you'll be missed, David. So thank you, and thank you for your ongoing support and the handover. The paper today has been prepared by the team, and we have a new team, and I'll come back to that. But my thanks indeed to the authors today, Alberto, who many of you of course know, leading from a medical director perspective, and Mike Smith as our new Director of Nursing in the division. So actually we've been able to reflect between us collectively on what we're seeing in the division and where we think we can really strengthen the work, because there's a lot of good work happening in mental health, but equally we know that there are challenges, and I'm hoping that this paper fairly presents that good work that's happening. It's also some of the challenges that we need to crack on with, and our approach to that in these coming weeks and months as the COVID pandemic continues. I won't dwell too much on the paper itself. I'm sure you'll all have read it in detail, but I think the first pages just give you that context of where we're at. And, you know, I've reflected that such good work over the last 6 months. I've been aware of that, of course, through our structures. We're actually just talking to some of the team, and I've got much work to do to meet many more within the team. Some excellent initiatives of where we've supported our patients through those first stages of what was a very busy time of the COVID pandemic, but continues to be busy. And as you'll see, we've pulled out on the second page there in terms of our belief that we will see even more need in the mental health arena going forward. For those patients who currently have mental health difficulties, I think it's been a very challenging time. And you only have to speak to some of the team to understand some of those real challenges, but equally for those potentially who will be affected now and going forward. So we see an increased demand and everything signals that. Through that first phase of the pandemic, such good work in place in terms of what was put in place for our patients. We've mentioned a few of those in terms of telemental health and in terms of some of the findings that came through the unannounced visit by HIW, which was positive, and that report should come through shortly. But equally, we know there were challenges such as some of the discharges, the local primary care mental health services. So again, we've had an opportunity to reflect and we'll be learning from that as we go forward in the coming weeks. The phase 2 report is of note within the report, and there's been a lot of discussion with partners across the partnership about that report. And there's some really good stuff was in the phase 2 report. It actually was quite a long document for those of you who have seen it, and it was probably over 90 pages. There's some really good themes in there, but equally perhaps a little over ambitious in places at this time. And if Lucy were here as Vice Chair, we had a Together for Mental Health partnership meeting the other week, where we had an opportunity really to discuss how partners and how everyone was working together. And we have agreed that phase 2 reports now we've put aside, and we will refocus and regroup with the team as we stabilise going forward. But in terms of the positives now as we move forward, Leslie now has gone on to comment, and I'd want to say thank you to Leslie for her leadership in the team and her commitment to the work of the division. But Mr. Ian Wilkie has now commenced with us. He's only in his second week, but he's a very experienced manager, and he's already got a very full diary to meet the teams next week onwards, but certainly been meeting with the senior team this week. Mike Smith, who's put a lot of work into this paper and reflected on our strengths and where we need to do more, joined on the 10th of August, so admittedly fairly new, but brings that wealth of experience to the table for us. And then, of course, we have Alberto, who's a linchpin and our one substantive director within the division at the moment. So for me at the moment, just stabilising that structure, re-establishing the good links with the relationships across the team is key going forward. So as I say, key going forward is that stabilisation, working again on our new phase 2, being concise, being clear on what we need to do, and strengthening the relationships both within our team, but also across with our partners. But we want to build on the assets that are there rather than start completely afresh. Such good work happening on the ground, and I've had a good opportunity to discuss with David and just reflect on where we are. And clearly I've been learning from David and his leadership of the team. So we do need to build on those assets and wrap around what is a good team and just strengthen the leadership model. And so for me, the priorities are getting the relationships in the team, listening to our team, and strengthening that leadership model. But we have put a little bit more detail into the paper for you. Again, we've mentioned that divisional management, the review of how we're working, that's key. Clinical pathways are on everyone's lips here in mental health. I've heard so much good work about pathways, the clinical leadership model. But again, there are areas where we need to strengthen. We mentioned psychology earlier, and clearly there's work to be done just to look at that model once more. And of course, going back to some of the work that Sue has alluded to on the well-being and promotion, that's also key. And we want to get closer to that primary care agenda, and again, with our partners alongside us. So I think those are the key issues. It's a chance for us to stabilise, hopefully, to re-energise within the team, and the wording that we've used is to regroup. Want to build on the work that's happened and go forward with strength and momentum and use the recommendations that we've received. And hopefully, our aim, of course, is to move out to special measures and get to a good place with our models and putting those patients first across the region and those increasing numbers that we expect to see, not only in the short term, but potentially over a longer period, given the implications and the impacts of COVID. I'll probably stop there and take questions if I may, but my thanks to colleagues for supporting with the paper. Diolch yn fawr.
Very clear and very helpful. Any questions from our observations and colleagues? I think, Cheryl, you might want to come in.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. Can I just say how welcome this is, Teresa, and what fresh energy and life you've brought into this. I can't thank you and the team enough. I had the pleasure of welcoming Alberto and his team to Conway last week for some real proper partnership working between local authorities and BIPBC in the field of mental health, and you can already see the green shoots. It was quite wonderful, and the feedback from service users in Conway has been fantastic. That they're really seeing the benefits, even at these awful times now. Very, very heartening, and thanks to each and every one of you, and hopefully this will continue now. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Cheryl. Trace, I've got a question. I don't know it's whether for you or Chris or Jill. It concerns page 2 and the review of what occurred around the discharge of patients from local primary care mental health services. It says the review is current. Bearing in mind this took some time. This occurred some time ago. I'm a bit unclear why the review is still going on.
Well, we've certainly received the recommendations, and as a team now we're working through the governance of that and the learning. So that was on our agenda for this week, Chairman, so that is progressing, and I'd be happy to provide an update at the next board or in terms of one of the other committees if that's more appropriate, but we'll certainly be putting forward our proposal and also sharing some of that work with the executive team, of course.
Okay, can you agree with Lucy which committee she wants it at, and it will have to come to board too?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Teresa? No, thanks, Teresa, and also thanks, David, too, for your leadership in this area. So, without further ado, Deborah, we're going to move into your update report on the COVID outbreak in the East.
Deborah, you're muted. No, I'm not.
Can hear you
now.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I've obviously got connection problems. So I'll start again. So I'll take it that people have read the report. There's a few things that I want to just bring out. At the point that the report was authored, the outbreak was, although coming to a conclusion, hadn't been declared closed. So to update members that it was declared closed on the 17th of September, in line with policy, in line with the outbreak definitions and supported by colleagues. At the close of the outbreak, we had 122 positive cases and 74 were deemed as healthcare required, and sadly, affiliated to that number, 41 patients died, and of which I would like to send condolences and thoughts to families who clearly lost loved ones during that difficult time. As part of that, we also saw 60 staff screened positive at this time. I think the other thing I want to highlight is that we had significant input from stakeholders in terms of this outbreak. These were daily, they were chaired by executive, and we had clear input from Public Health Wales, Welsh Government and staff side reps. So conveying thanks to everybody that participated in that. It's fair to say that a significant amount of learning came out of that outbreak, and I'm not going to go through it in detail, and those are just the themes. Probably the priorities were around patient movement, staff movement and adherence to social distancing. That said, a number of actions were undertaken in quite a dynamic way, so we were responding to learning as it was happening, and actions being taken. Again, that list is not exhaustive. I think what I'd really want to flag is the duty of candour with patients and families. So in addition to face-to-face conversations that were happening at the time with clinicians, there's formal letters and correspondence gone out as well, confirming the process to families and their loved ones, and also contact details for them to remain in contact with us. And we'll continue to engage and ensure that they're kept up to speed in terms of process, outcomes and next steps. What I'd like to highlight as well is the inception of the delivery group that's referenced in the paper. So the delivery group has commenced. There's a number of key work streams, and again, will be executively led. What I'd like to say is this is about embedding sustainable practice. So for assurance about it's being reflected in policy, SOPs, procedures, and how we gain that assurance back. We've discussed earlier today in terms of clusters on other sites, particularly YGC at the moment, and we've used a lot of the learning and a lot of the developments that came out of that Wrexham outbreak across on our YGC site. Obviously, any harm to patients is not where we want to be, but seeing some of that learning transferred and understanding its transferability and reliability, I think, is really important. Again, supported by stakeholders in the group. So those are the key points that I wanted to pick up on the report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for anyone on this report?
Yes, it's Lynn here.
Okay, Lynn.
Thank you, Deborah. My question actually was to do with the duty of candour, and you have covered most of the aspects of my question. Can you give us any update on how the families of our patients who have COVID are reacting to us when we ring them or speak to them?
So I think it's fair to say that some are quite distressed by the information that's been shared. Clearly, there are further questions that people want answered, and some of the dialogue that we've had since, sending out formal communications, because we have a single point of contact, so people can access the information they need in a timely manner, has been more around process, next steps, and learning. So that continuing communication and engagement, and ensuring that we're taking on board their questions in terms of answers, will be party to the investigations that are ongoing at the moment, some of which will have concluded in individual cases, and that dialogue is ongoing.
And could you give me some feedback from the staff that have been affected with COVID at Wrexham Minor?
Yes, I think again staff are feeling distressed in terms of harm that's caused. I think it's fair to say that the challenges we're seeing more widely in society, clearly we see come through in terms of the workforce. I think clearly that communication and that ongoing messaging and that consistency, which is where our staff side supported us in terms of that consistency and support, and also linking in with our health and safety colleagues to ensure that we've got a single message, and we're supporting the staff in the right way.
Thank you.
Jill and I paid a visit to the Morris ward, which, as you know, was at the heart of the outbreak in the east, Deborah, last week at Jill's suggestion, which I think was really helpful. So we're able to express our appreciation to the staff, given all that they had to contend with on that ward in particular. And it was good to see them. It also served to highlight the challenges of seeking to constrain, if that's the right word, highly mobile patients who've got particularly challenging needs. And I could appreciate how difficult that would be for staff and in that type of environment.
Yeah, I think they're challenging times. We're learning every day in terms of what this virus presents for us. I think the commitment of our staff and as we've said earlier, the agility of our staff in how they respond to this. But I think we all have a key part to play.
Sorry, yeah, we do. So thank you for the report. I've got one query, Deborah. Under environmental issues, there's reference to 3.6 and 2.6 metres. Is that a error in the report, or is there truly a difference in terms of the guidance?
So the guidance will refer to the age of the property, to the age of the build. So we do know that we've got variation in our estate across the health board. So in terms of what adheres to will be different. But I think the benchmark is the 2 metre distance rule.
Right.
But just to support that, Mark, as part of those environmental measures that Deborah alluded to, regardless of the age of the building, we've been risk assessing the cohort, the patients that are within that environment, and as part of that, you'll note, and we indeed saw, some of the beds have been removed to support additional social distancing for the reasons you outlined, for those patients who perhaps find it more difficult to adhere to the social distancing and certainly to the wearing of masks.
Okay, Tracy, do you want to come in?
Yes, just briefly, if I may, just reflecting on the work that's occurred in Wrexham and now in Glenclwyd. I think there's been a lot of learning nationally as well. So, having the OCT sit in a hospital environment at this scale has been significant. And I know National now have produced some guidelines to support us all, which will strengthen our work. And I just wanted to mention that because the Wrexham team and the Glenclwyd team now have been great in terms of trying to learn, trying to move forward, develop templates, develop the reporting, alongside support from partners and national organisation and Welsh governments. But I just wanted to say thank you, and I think the IPC team have been phenomenal in this, in trying to stay on top of what is a very busy time in both sites. Thank you.
Well said, Teresa, thank you. And thanks to you, Deborah, in leading our response to the outbreaks. So, as in the earlier reports, I'm assuming the board is happy to go with the recommendation in this instance is to note the report as laid out and described by Deborah. So we'll now move on to the next item, which is the COVID vaccination programme. Teresa.
Thank you. Yes, a brief report, but just so important at the moment, given the interest in COVID vaccination and the potential for this in terms of moving us forward in pandemic, maybe to an even more normal situation that I think we'll be living with COVID in the future. So a very brief paper just to outline the plans that are underway. We have a tactical group, and just to reinforce this work is with partners, local authority colleagues, WAST, emergency planners, and we're also linked in with the police as well. So it really does feel like a regional response. We are also keeping the recovery coordinating group updated, and the chair's to Colin Everett. And work is underway through a number of subgroups on logistics, communications, which is going to be significant. At the moment, it's quite hard to give you some of the detail because we don't have that detail, but certainly we are planning, should a vaccine become available, and thinking through the various options there will be in terms of delivery. And we talked a little bit about flu earlier on today and the importance of flu vaccination. I think that maybe was at the AGM, I'm trying to remember. But flu vaccination is also important alongside a potential COVID vaccination. So it's just for you as board to appreciate that there is work underway, being led ably by Fionn Johnson, of course, as our lead for immunisations within the organisation. Sincere thanks to her, and also to our named nurse Andrea and Lee as coordinator, and Joe Garner in public health, who really moved this forward with a range of partners. So I'll just take questions. It's a very brief paper, but we are preparing, as we always do, in terms of mass vaccination. Thank you, Diolch.
Thanks, Teresa. Any questions? No? Okay, so we move on to items for decision. And the first concerns the nuclear medicine consolidation strategic outline case. Adrian, I think we ought to accept that the report and the appendices have been read. And we ought to note at this point it's also already been through Finance and Performance Committee. I know you've been joined by colleagues, but is there anything you want to add or highlight from the report?
Thank you, Chair. I guess thank you for outlining where it's been approved already. I think this is an opportunity for us. We currently provide nuclear medicine services utilising gamma cameras across 3 sites, and one using PET-CT. We use a mobile scanner for that. There are issues with that service configuration which make it unsustainable in the short and long term. Difficulties with sustaining staffing, obsolete equipment. I mean, the nuclear medicine scanner in Wrexham Myler we sort of installed in 2011. Also, falling demand for gamma camera service and increasing demand for PET-CT usage in diagnosis and treatment. So, and seeing how treatment is progressing. So, the preferred way forward at this point is the development of the business cases to consolidate the services in a single centre of excellence for nuclear medicine at one of the 3 sites. I think, Mark, as you say, hopefully everybody's read the case. This is a strategic case, so it's to set out the case for change and outline a suggested way forwards rather than to propose a definitive preferred option. Agreeing this strategic outline case will release the funding from Welsh Government to work up a fully costed proposal. There's been a lot of an extensive internal and external engagement, including with the CHC colleagues in Paris as well. The CHC have confirmed that the engagement undertaken to date has been appropriate, and there is no requirement for formal consultation. Also working with the All Wales PET Commissioning Board, who are, fully aware of what we're doing and what we're doing. The Welsh Government are aware of the case and recognising, I guess, the imperative around our nuclear medicine service and how we move that forwards, have told us to continue. In the long term, it does deliver a saving of £210,000 per annum, provides a better service, and if the use of PET-CT increases, which it undoubtedly will do, then I guess that the returns on that will be greater over time. Happy to take any questions, and as you say, Dr. Mark Elias and Ian Howard have dialed in. I think Jackie had a question from before, you said, Jackie.
Jackie?
No, I just declared my interest.
Oh, sorry, Jackie. Thank you.
Did anyway.
Okay, any questions from colleagues? No, okay, so are we happy to approve the business case for submission to Welsh Government?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Adrian, and thanks to the team for the work that's gone into it.
Yeah, huge thanks to the team. Thank you, Mark. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so then we come to items for information, which are listed at 5.1 and 5.2. I'll pause at 5.2, which is the Health Inspector Annual Report. Deborah, the HIW, I think, or someone was due to join us for this item, and they can't do that now because we've been running late. Is there anything you want to say about 5.2?
The board, if they have any.
Sorry, you're there now.
I am. I think there's a delay. Sorry. HIW colleagues are happy to take any questions from the board if they've got anything specifically around the presentation. I think the key features that come out are about strengthening our learning processes across the board. I think the only thing that, just a note of caution, just in terms of taking the themes from there, because obviously it does it as a collective, including GPs and dentists across North Wales. So there's further action for us to take in terms of sharing this more widely and feeding it into our overarching quality improvement strategy and the work that we're already developing and building on.
So any questions or observations? No. It is for information. I have to say, Deborah, I found the report really helpful in terms of the description of the actions that are taking place and being completed and how they've been approached, given the scale of the recommendations, the theme, and the pure number of them. So without further comment, we'll move on. So we come on to all Wales forums, and these are the minutes of the other forums that exist across Wales. So I won't dwell on those either. So we move on to closing the business of today's meeting, and the date of the next meeting is on the 15th of October, which is a joint meeting with the Community Health Council, and the next meeting of this board is at 9:30 on the 12th of November. So thanks very much. I now exclude any members of the press and public who are observing the meeting.